By gin and juice, ready to drink premium seltzer. And that's what's happening. Number check.
Williams on WFAN.
Here, New York City, let's get it for a 5-hour KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Dial 888-808-1019 one time. This is going to be a good one, another instant classic. I mean, it's rare that we have what we have with the New York Knicks. We have a first-place team in Queens coming home. We have the first-place Yankees going out to Sacramento. We've got the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. We've got the NBA playoffs. The sports are sportsing. It's the most wonderful time. Again, call my line, 888-808-1019. I mean, hearing all of the joy and all of the celebrating is great. I mean, I like to let people enjoy things. I like to let people have a good time and live in the moment and, think about how historic what we're seeing is. But we do have to shift our focus a little bit, New York City. Whether you're a Knicks fan, Knicks hater, Nets fan, whatever, what I'm about to say is the absolute truth. The odds have changed. The Knicks have to win this series now. There is no participation trophy out there to be had this year. The Knicks have to win this series now. We can say whatever we want about the Boston Chokers, the Boston Celtics, the Boston Miss 3 Party, Beantown Miss 3 Party. I don't know. I'm coming up with other names for what the Celtics have turned into. But let's have a conversation tonight about, okay, the first 2 games have been stolen. The Knicks have to win the series now. They have to win 2 games before the Celtics win 4 games. They have to win the series now. I wore my shorts tonight with a B logo in a basketball, black and white, if you could figure out, where that team plays, Flatbush and Atlantic. And, I'm seeing a lot of Nets fans feel some type of way about the Knicks' success. But as I look at Nets fans who seem kind of split, some that are like, I don't hate the Knicks, happy for the Knicks, hope they beat the Celtics, which that's kind of where I am, right? I don't rock with Boston in any sport, any capacity. I'm never rooting for the Celtics. The Brooklyn Nets, the New Jersey Nets have their own history with the Celtics. And I remember how different it was in the city when the Knicks didn't get KD and Kyrie, and it seemed like the Nets were up, and the Nets had an opportunity to bring a championship back to town. There wasn't so many people happy and dancing and rooting and hoping and wishing, but still, I remember being in Brooklyn and the Nets went up 2-0, thinking, oh, here we go. Once we knock out the Bucks and Giannis, we're on our way. This is it. This is the year. 2-0 does not win the series. It's a great start, but the Knicks have to win the series now. The internet is written in ink. Those takes before the series, they look pretty bad. All of the people that said the Knicks wouldn't win a game, all the people that said Celtics in 5, myself included, wrong. Can't be Celtics in 5 now. But what's also permanent is those celebration videos outside Madison Square Garden, all the rants, all of the videos in Yankee Stadium, all of the internet is amazing, right? It's tremendous to see just like how viral this thing has become. But what I feel, Nets fans and even Lakers fans that are here in New York and just, Knicks haters, they're lurking, they're waiting, they're hoping that the Celtics wake up. And it's not so far-fetched to think that the Celtics can wake up because they were up 20 in both games. They are still the defending champs. They do have talented, good players. It took every mistake and every miss for the Celtics and every break and every make for the Knicks to steal both of those games. And credit to the Knicks, you can't take any credit away. But now the feeling has changed. The Knicks have to win the series now. It cannot be Celtics in 6. It cannot be Celtics in 7. You'll never live it down. There will be no Knicks in 8, Knicks in 8. Those chants last year that we heard won't happen. Saying that the Knicks are uncrowned champions this year won't happen. Saying that it was attrition that beat the Knicks last year, it's a different feeling now. Speaking of the Pacers are up 2-0. I told you guys every single year the NBA playoffs are affected by injury. And the Cavs have fallen victim to that. Darius Garland is hurt. Evan Mobley is hurt. DeAndre Hunter is hurt. And I think Donovan Mitchell is hurt from the last year. Like, they are down, the number 1 seed. But do you see the pathway here? The writing is on the wall for the Knicks. Not next year, not the year after, right? And really, that's the window for the Knicks the next 2-3 seasons after this one. To hell with the future, to hell with the picks. The Knicks have to win the series now. 888-808-1019. The Pacers are up 2-0. There's a good chance that they beat the Cavs. It's going to take a lot for a banged-up Cavs team to come back from a team that was in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. But if the Knicks handle their business and the Pacers handle their business, the Knicks will have home court advantage over them. And you'll get that rematch that you seek, that revenge that you want from last year. So this isn't a feel-good story anymore. This isn't a David versus Goliath anymore. This isn't an underdog situation anymore. It has flipped. The Knicks went out and they handled their business. Say it with me. The Knicks have to win this series now. I see the calls coming in. And I'm not trying to rain on any parades or stop the celebration, but I'm just hearing a lot of celebrating and proclaiming and this feeling of like, yeah, Knicks versus everybody. Yes, it is. New York versus Boston is Boston. And it's like, wait. New York needs to step up. And I know New York City will. New York has to help. When those Celtic buses roll in and they find their hotel, and when I know there's Knicks fans all over the city. I saw you guys, we're outside the Garden looking for Malik Beasley. I know that Knicks fans are going to be heckling those guys. I know they're going to try and get in their heads. I know some of you are going to try and use social media. I know you're going to do your part. The city has to do their part. And even further, if you're blessed enough to get into Madison Square Garden, if you have the means or the connections to get in the Garden, you have to be loud and you can't be nervous. There's no reason to be nervous like the first series, right? And it's funny. The Knicks didn't even go up 2-0 on the Pistons. And then you got Trajan Langdon talking about how the Piston fans were better than the Knicks fans. I would take that personal if I was a Knicks fan. I would go in there and lose my mind Saturday if I was a Knicks fan. 888-808-1019. You have to help the team out. It's not going to be easy. These are the defending champs. They do have all-stars and Olympians and guys with the pedigree that have done this before. They're used to being in the playoffs. They're used to coming to Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. They're going to be turned up for it. So again, tonight we will go through all the different things like, hey, it's been 24 going on 25 years since the Knicks have got into a conference finals. They have to win this series now. Finish the job, right? It's been a second round exit in 2021, a second round exit in 2023, a second round exit in 2024. This year now, with 2 games in the second round already in your back pocket, a second round exit is unacceptable. They have to win the series now. Chris is in the Bronx, first up on the Fan. Go for it, Chris.
Good to talk to you, Keith. How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Great, man. Listen, we always look at it from the Knicks point of view, but I think the Celtics are in a world of trouble because you think about it, they've lost 2 games they should have won, and the Knicks haven't even had a good shooting game yet. They haven't gone off. They have a lot of good players, and if you look at their percentages and their 2 wins, they're low. They won those games with heart. When the Knicks have a good shooting game, which I think they will on Saturday, Celtics are in a world of trouble. What do you think, Keith?
Yeah, I think it was a perfect storm. Thanks for the call, Chris. I think it was a perfect storm of a lot of things in the first game. And then crazy how history repeated itself and it was deja vu in the second game. Are all of these games going to be like that? Usually in a series, you don't get 2 of the same kind of games. 25% from 3 for the Celtics, a 20-point lead blown by the Celtics. Bridges with the defensive stop and steal and throwing the ball. Like it's honestly eerie how similar both of those games were in Boston, but the next two games are not in Boston. I expect New York fans to be great hosts when they see Celtic green in their building. I was saying last night in my section in Yankee Stadium, the row in front of me, there was a guy with a Celtics jersey, a few seats away from a Knick fan with a Knick hat and a Knick, he was wearing them out. The Celtics fan didn't want to hear from him anymore. Said, I'm not done with you. I know that type of energy is going to be there because the Knicks have to win this series now. Oh, the Pope went to Villanova. News today. The Pope is a Villanova grad. The Knicks have to win the series now. You have a higher power on your side. You see what I'm saying? Like, now it has shifted. The unthinkable has happened. The improbable has happened. What no one really thought could happen, unless you're just a diehard Knicks fan and you went to sleep and woke up the next day and you were convinced that, yeah, we're taking these two games in Boston. It happened. It went down. You cannot blow it now. And these guys know that. That's why in the post game yesterday, they just shrugged it off. Kobe style, like, job finished? No, job's not done. Job's not finished. There's nothing to celebrate. Fans are always going to celebrate. And most of the fans celebrating are celebrating because you feel like you have a team that can win the championship this year or get to the Eastern Conference Championship, get to the finals this year. And it is opening up for you. When you look at, like I said, the Pacers are up 2-0. I think the Knicks beat the Pacers in a series. If the Pacers finish handling the beat up Cavs, you have home court advantage. But you got it. You cannot think that two games that you stole in Boston are done or the series. They got to finish their food. 888-808-1019. I'm going to be saying this all night because that's all I could keep thinking about as I was putting together notes and looking at things. I'm looking at, Boston media. I'm looking at all of their pundits talking. First game, they were blaming the rain. We're going to play some different audio tonight. I'm like, they are in denial. They can't fathom that they actually lost the first two games at home to the Knicks. It's like a false reality for them, but they still have life. They still have hope. The Boston media are just like, we're not going to lose. Dave Portnoy can't see us losing to the Knicks. Can't lose it. Well, I can see it happening. Tonight, Christian Winfield will join us. Christian Winfield, that's my guy, writes for the Daily News. He covers the Knicks. He's a New Yorker, a Knicks fan, and he'll tap in at about 8:20 to talk Knicks. And we did actually pull. I was working with Connor today to get somebody from Boston, but Boston, they don't want to talk to us right now. Like, none of these Boston fans, influencers, podcasters, radio hosts, they don't want to talk to us right now because they're scared. They are shook. There is real fear right now. But we were able to pull in Cedric Maxwell. He'll be on with us at 9:20 from the Boston Globe. No, not Cedric Maxwell. Sorry, I'm checking my notes. Adam Himmelsbach will join us from the Boston Globe at 9:20. And we may have another guest around 10:30. But, hey, you're the guest. I'm taking calls. I've got a 5-hour show. Of course, we're going to get to some of the stuff around the Mets and the Yankees. But, all I could keep thinking about was, hey, 2 wins, that's cool and all. 2 wins is great and all. But now you have to get 2 more wins before the Celtics get 4. And they are champions. And they have gone through their own experiences of failure. I remember being in Brooklyn when, I talked about, the Bucks series. Before that, they beat the Celtics the round before that. These Celtics players, they're forged through fire. They have a lot of experience. And, now that they have this little window of a break to rest up, to get treatment, to literally think about what is going on. Kristaps Porzingis, I don't know. I heard he's got a respiratory thing. I heard it was a stomach thing, whatever. He could be good by Saturday. I don't know what type of doctors or treatment they have for Jason Tatum's wrist and Jaylen Brown's knee. And, but what I'm saying is it's not over. And the Knicks have survived by the smallest of margin in an impressive way. Don't get me wrong. But all of the celebrating, all of the proclaiming, all of the Knicks in 4, we're not there yet. The Knicks have to win this series now, because if they don't, all of the Knicks haters, all of the New York haters, they are lurking. They are waiting, and they can't wait to see this thing flip back. 888-808-1019. Let's get in another call before we go to the first break. Alex is in Manhattan on the Fan. What's up, Alex?
Keith, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
So I just wanted to talk quickly about Mitchell Robinson. I mean, he's been a complete game changer. And I think, obviously everyone knows the plus minus plus 32, okay? The first two games combined.
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
hoping Thibodeau sees this, that when you play him with Cat, and remember, Cat played in the power forward in Minnesota, that's really his position, not a defensive center. But when you have those two twin towers out there, it really works well. Frees up Cat, and, I think you gotta play Mitch more minutes. You gotta figure out a way to get him, maybe even start him, okay? Because you get him out there before they're in the bonus, and he's a complete game changer. And really, we kind of forgot how good Mitch Robinson was because he's been injured. Then he came back, he played 10 minutes a game, and now we're seeing he's literally their defensive quarterback. And in the playoffs, it's a defensive battle, and he's literally dominating.
Thanks for the call, Alex. Yeah, when you see Mitchell Robinson out there, I mean, it made me think about Mitchell Robinson last year when Embiid obviously injured him, but his defense on Embiid was needed. His size, his length, his ability to move, that's a huge plus. He even said last night in the post game, hey, they're fouling me trying to get me out of the game or whatever. I look at that as I'm a threat. And they know that. Joe Mazzulla said, yeah, he's a plus 19. Mitchell Robinson is a problem for the Celtics. He's a problem for Jason Tatum. He's a problem on the floor, but, he also has to shoot free throws. And I joked last night, I'm like, he shot a free throw that hit somebody in the front row's feet. He completely missed the rim, the net, whatever. And I mean, you can live with that. But there is going to become a time in this series now where the Celtics get off and running. And when they have a huge, I just don't know. I know the value of Mitchell Robinson. I don't know. And you said you hope Tom Thibodeau sees it. Of course he sees it and he knows it. He knows when to deploy him, when to take him off the floor. In the first game, he took him off the floor and put Precious Achiuwa out there. Last night, we saw before, they got to the bonus, how they were attacking that situation. And I'm not worried about Tibbs and Mitchell Robinson. What I'm worried about is the Celtics turning it on and those shots falling. And the Knicks not being as lucky as they were in the first two games and having to try and find it. Because it sounds like some hater stuff, but I'm telling you, I'm not a hater. I'm a fan. I'm a basketball fan, and I'm a New York radio host. I'm watching all this stuff. I'm in Yankee Stadium with my phone, burning my battery, watching the game with people around me. But the Knicks have not played their best basketball, but they have trapped them. You know what I'm saying? They play good enough. I was amazed that the Celtics couldn't put the ball in the hoop for the last X amount of minutes. What are the chances of that happening? Are they just going to go cold the entire series? Playing in the Garden, that hoop might look a little different. And if that wakes them up, and like I said, they have a couple days here to regroup and to get healthy, the Knicks have to win this series now. Nick is in Hoboken before we get to the break. Nick, you got it. You're on.
Hey, how's it going? I agree with the last caller. I think Mitch should be playing up until we hit the 6 foul mark and we hit the bonus. It's a no-brainer. If they're going to foul him every time, might as well get to the bonus. That way we can get to the line with guys who can shoot free throws. But also I wanted to say, you said the Knicks haters were waiting. I just really don't think that. I think this is the first time in New York City, in New York sports, for as long as I've been watching, where the whole rest of the league is actively rooting for the Knicks. I don't think there's Laker fans aren't rooting for Boston. I just feel like this is the first time as a New York sports fan where we are actually.
Love is in the air. Love is in the air, and it's joyous, and it's great right now. Thanks for the call, Nick. But there are always haters lurking. And when I say Lakers, for some reason, there's a lot of Lakers fans in New York. There's a lot of Bulls fans in New York, right? There's not that many Nets fans in New York, but they are waiting to see this flip. They're waiting to see this end in the second round so they could say, ha, ha, ha. Look, again, all you did was get to the second round. You proclaimed this and this off of 2 wins, and the Celtics ended up being the better team. It can't happen. It can't happen at this point. The Knicks have to win this series now. 888-808-1019. We're off and rolling. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM returns right after this.
On the
Okay, let's get it, man. Let me send out the Instagram that I'm live now. And then I'll get to this chat. Copy. Copy. Okay. And we're live again on the Fan in New York. Tonight we're doing the 12-hour KM to AM. Let's get it. All right. Long show. 5-hour KM to AM on the Fan. Okay. All right. Chat. Let's check what the chat talking about. I know some of my consistent people in here. What up? Oh, here was the first guy in the chat laughing my ass off. Probably was laughing because I went live, and like when you first go live, there's like 0 or 2 or 3 people. I always get these like, like these nerds that are anonymous. I don't know if this is what this guy was doing, but I've got this a couple times. Like, no one's watching your live, and then by the end of the night, there's like 2,500 people in here. So let's get it started. Welcome to the show. I can always count on Pam. She's solid. You all right, Keith? They got to win the rest of the games. 2. Just 2. Just got to win 2 more games. Bobby, what up? Terry, what up? You mean you? What do you mean you? You mean you? I don't know. You got to give me more than that. I'm live on the radio talking. So when you say you like the haters, I'm not a hater. I think it's clear if anybody has watched or listened to me cover the Knicks through the playoffs last year or this year. Not a hater on the Knicks. Definitely used to be when I was a little younger. Definitely used to be when the Knicks had a different team. Definitely used to be when the Nets were a little better. But there's no hate from me as far as this group is concerned. And I'm not a Knicks fan, but like I'm a basketball fan. I'm a sports fan. And I can appreciate history, greatness. I can appreciate an underdog story, but the underdog story, that's done now. The underdog story has shifted now. They're not underdogs anymore, you know? They got to win now. Yeah, that's just the game. That's what I said last night about the Knicks will win any way that the game comes to them. If Josh Hart is open and you want to leave Josh Hart open, he'll hit his threes. Levi, what up, man? Good to see you. Got to get these calls in before my guests join. Let's see, Latrell. Is this the real Latrell Sprewell? Latrell Sprewell. I'm on the Twitter checking what they talking about. At Keith McPherson on Twitter. At Keith McPherson on Instagram. We will get to the baseball later. I know y'all want to talk baseball all the time, but it is a rare time. It's basketball time. Rafael Devers. Okay, back to the show. Here we go. Again, 888-808-1019 if you want to join. And here we go. KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, taking your calls at 888-808-1019. It's a rare time. The Knicks are this good, and the Knicks look like they actually have what it takes to get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. So let's talk to the fans of the New York Knicks, and maybe people that aren't fans of the New York Knicks. They exist. Like, I'm telling you, don't think for a second that now everybody is go New York, go New York, go. These Boston fans are pissed off. There are a lot of people that pick the Celtics and just want to be right with their takes, and there's a lot of people that don't believe. They believe a fluke happened twice. I don't think it's fluky if it happens twice, but let's get to you before I have my guest join at 8:20 and 9:20. Albert in northern New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Al?
On the air, no sports. I'm a Yankee, Cowboy, a Ranger fan, a Yankee fan. Anyway, I'm not going to take much of your time. My gut, the Knicks will defeat them. If they keep playing that level of physicality,
if they win Saturday, I think it's a sweep.
it's a sweep.
I've seen it so many times. This thing is snowballing. Your thoughts become things. And if they come to New York and they lose the first game, they're not going to want to be here. And it's just like it could happen. But it starts with Saturday.
Listen, I'm a 60-year-old sports freak that's played all sports up to college. And when you play football, even basketball, there's some physicality to it, okay? If the team that plays physical, the other team doesn't, listen, it's going to be a sweep.
You can break their souls. They already took their hearts. Thank you for the call and the compliments, Albert. Proving I'm the best every day, but don't really have to scream it or say it. And, I appreciate you saying all the teams that you root for. Something I'll say is like, I'm a fan of teams that have nothing to do with the way I approach my show. Maybe in the beginning, when I came from the internet podcast world into the radio, but I've met so many people at games and so many people online, and I've just kind of learned and realized how powerful WFAN is and the reach, and like it's a lot bigger than me. So when I come in here, I don't have an angle of like me being a Nets fan. I hate the Nets right now. Honestly, Nets fans, I'm telling y'all, stand down. In 4 days, hope that lottery ball bounces our way to get a top 3 pick. But like hating on the Knicks right now is so dumb. Hate the Nets franchise for what they did. Because right now, it should still be a big 3 in Brooklyn. There should be KD, Kyrie, and Harden in Brooklyn. And imagine what the East would look like then. 888-808-1019. I've been on the Fan for, the last 2 Knicks runs, the last 3 playoff runs, the Rangers runs. I'm not a fan of either team, but I am a sports fan and a radio host, and I watch these games and I read these articles and I read what the fans are talking about online, and I cannot wait to talk to you guys and get your experience and your thought and have the back and forth. I don't have a co-host to bounce things off of. And I also don't have, a group with me in here where like one person is this fan or the next person is this fan, so you can like play sides. I really have to just kind of play it down the middle to have the best show, in my opinion. So let's continue doing that with Justin in Floral Park. What's up, Justin?
Keith, what's going on, brother?
Holding it down.
Yeah, I just want you to know the AFS shirt is on its way. Check your mail.
For the Subway series.
Promoted. I sold over 300 shirts. My son designed that shirt with raising money to keep us down. Spread the word. You can hit me up on Twitter. We'll talk about it later. As for the Knicks, Keith, I'm ecstatic. I talked to you 2 weeks ago. I said they were going to have trouble with the Pistons, and they sure as hell had trouble with the Pistons. I am shocked I'm talking to you, and the Knicks are up 2 games to none. But I'm also going to tell you, as a Knicks fan all my life, this series is far, far from over. Okay? Just rewind about 2 decades ago, 1993, the Knicks going against the Bulls. Everyone thought Jordan was done. okay? This Boston Celtic team, okay, has been to a lot of NBA finals. They've won championships together. They are not done. Okay, yes, the Knicks got very lucky these last 2 games. I've never seen it before. I played ball in college. I've never seen a team come back twice from 20 points down. It's insane to even think about it. So, as a realist Knicks fan, I will honestly say they have to get one of these next 2 to win this series. If they do not, we are in big trouble. If they lose these next 2, they're done. So they have to get at least one. I know the Garden's going to be raucous. It's going to be insane. But listen, the Celtic team's got metal, man. They've been through the wars. We have not yet.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Justin. I'm with you as far as like it's not over yet. I saw a stat, the team leading in this series numbers, right? The Celtics have been leading for 81 minutes and 4 seconds. The Knicks have been leading for 12 minutes and 15 seconds in 2 games. There's a lot more minutes left to be played. The Knicks have to come out and get a lead and hold the lead and not go down 20 points in their own building. It's just going to be a different feel. You know the Garden. And now they're saying the get-in price is $800. It's only going to go up. You know how the Garden is. You can feel everybody's angst, but at least, some of that will be taken off the top. Like, you're not going to have angst when you're up 2-0. If you lose the first game, you're going to just be like, all right, it's a series. But depending on how that game goes, and then another thing, I don't want to put this negative energy out there, but it made me think about when I was talking about the Brooklyn Nets series. I'm like, what changed in that Brooklyn Nets series? I'm like, Kyrie twists his ankle. You got to stay healthy. And they're a minute away from losing somebody who's very important to the team. It happens. It is sports. It is competitive. It is physical. It is rough. The Knicks have to win this series now. Joshua's in Bergenfield on the Fan. What's up, Joshua?
What's going on, my boy? I'm very excited to call. The first time I called ever, I remember asking, hey, why do I feel like no one really talks about the Knicks or what we do? It's just only bad things, like they're always doubting us. And this is a beautiful day, beautiful times, because everybody's talking about us. And as much haters as we have a lot of supporters. And I know that the job is not done yet, but I know that we can make it happen. Every time people doubt us, we come back stronger. And I honestly think that Tom Thibodeau should really trust his players a lot more, because that's one thing that really worries me a lot. Sometimes when we got all the starters in the floor, it feels like if Brunson doesn't have the ball, nothing happens. But when he has the ball, everybody kind of complains a little bit because, if we're not getting enough touches or offensively, the team gets lost. And I feel like Tom Thibodeau should have a plan so we look more structured offensively. That's really what I'm asking, And I think that if we can figure that out, I really think that we have a better chance of actually sweeping the Celtics and hopefully going to the finals and winning. All the way, baby, all the way. Let's go New York.
Thanks for making your first call to me, Joshua. Ding, ding, ding. If you're feeling like you want to talk on air, I'm doing my best to get these calls in quickly. Everybody deserves the opportunity to speak. I'll get to you. And, you said something about, like, I don't know if you meant just WFAN or media in general. Like, they're not talking about the Knicks enough. Man, it's just a weird kind of thing with the Knicks. In the national media, I feel like because New York is the greatest city in the world and things here are definitely overhyped, I feel like they always look at the Knicks with a side eye, like they're not that good for the amount of fans they have. Like they're not that good for the amount of hype they have. As soon as they get a little bit of motion, they're world beaters and they're not that good. They try to kind of like humble the Knicks and the Knicks fan. And you can't do that. The population here is OD. Like Yankee Stadium is erupting during the game because of the Knicks. Shout out to my girl Millie from the bleachers. I saw your Facebook status. Millie left Yankee Stadium, I think, around like 8:39 last night and took the A train back to Brooklyn. And she said people were celebrating on the train. Strangers in New York are being united by one thing: New York Knicks basketball. 888-808-1019. Outsiders don't understand it. They don't love it. They don't like it. They're not a part of it. But that's the thing about the Knicks, right? It's one team in the center of Manhattan for 100 years. The Yankees and the Mets, that's been split. The Jets and the Giants, that's been split. And they play in Jersey. The Islanders, the Rangers, The Devils, it's split 3 ways. It's been the Knicks. And I know I'm a Nets fan, and there are Nets fans listening, and that's why I'm telling Nets fans, just stand down. I know it's not fun for some of y'all. I know some Nets fans are actually like, hey, like I live in New York. I live in New Jersey. I live in the surrounding area. I'm not mad that they're beating the Celtics. My enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But like, the Knicks fan base is so massive. How can you not be talking about the Knicks right now? And is even people joining in that they haven't been following the Knicks. They don't know how the Knicks got to this point. They don't know how the Knicks put this team together. They think this is the same team as last year, but that's okay. That's what you want. That's what happens when the Yankees go to the World Series. People are coming out of the woodworks and putting on their old Yankees gear. So what? It's good. Sports is the type of thing that is powerful like that. It's entertainment. It's grown men playing children's games, but they can carry us. They can make us feel things that like TV shows can't, that like news things can't, that like, I don't know, naming the Pope can't. Like right now, the New York Knicks have the city on their back. There are people outside partying. There are people wearing their Knicks gear. They're proud. They feel great. And the Knicks have to finish the job. My message tonight is like, this has been a great start, improbable start, something none of us had. And I don't care who you are. Nobody really had it. I guess you can give it to Loogie because he said it with his chest, right? The generational talent, the future of the station. But like, that's another reason why the Knicks have to win the series now. Loogie's reputation is on the line. Like, you know how many people are going to blow up his Twitter and Instagram if this thing goes south? Tim in Norwalk, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Tim?
What's going on? I can't believe I'm not going to be talking about the New York Yankees, but
we'll get there.
Hats off to Devin Williams. Not to get off topic, he had a hell of a game last night, and I think that's really going to help our Yankees.
Oh yeah, I apologize to Devin Williams. I went negative Keithy on him. I spiraled down the negative rabbit hole of like, all this is too much from the beard policy. Pete Alonso broke him. We want Weaver chance. They booed him on opening day. This guy already lost the closer role. I'm like, he's not going to be able to figure it out.
I'm not trying to even talk about the Yankees right now, but man, we should have swept the Padres, one of the best teams in baseball right now. And everyone thinks like the Yankees, power rankings, blah, blah, blah. But I'm originally from Long Island, and everyone calls me, all my boys, Larry from Malvern, and Derek from Malvern, and from Lynbrook, they all call me Positive Timmy. And anyway, long story short, these New York Knicks right now, I mean, this team right now, I mean, man, Mikal Bridges, thank you for trading him, us trading him to you, or us getting him from your Brooklyn Nets, because this guy, man, this Knicks team, like I said, like the Boston Celtics, they literally just shoot 3-pointers, and that's all they do. That's it. Jason Tatum, nobody wants to touch him because, if you stuff his freaking horse collar, he'll get a foul hold. But the Knicks right now, this is a really special team, right?
Thanks for the call, Tim. Yeah, a couple things there. With the Yankees and the win last night, I just felt like the Yankees, they refused to lose. They wanted that series. It's that vibe I'm talking about because Max Fried was on the mound and like Judge didn't even have to save the day yesterday. And they snatched that victory and snatched that series on national television. And I felt like the energy from the Knicks, floated down from Massachusetts, and all of the people that were happy and celebrating Yankee Stadium, the players knew what was going on. They're in the dugout like they're not cheering that we went down 3-1. They're cheering because the Knicks just beat the Celtics. Like, let's go, fellas. Let's figure it out. And it took Devin Williams. It took Oswaldo Cabrera. It took Trent Grisham, Belly, J.C. Escar was great. I saw a stat from New York Yankees stats. First time since April 22nd, 2001 that the Knicks won a playoff game and the Yanks won via a walk-off on the same day. So that's magic in the city. But yeah, man, with the Knicks, you got to stay positive. And with the Knicks, they got to finish the job here. We got to take a break. When we come back, more of your calls on the New York Knicks, more of my thoughts, and we're getting closer to bringing in Christian Winfield from the Daily News, who covers the Knicks, and we're going to talk to somebody from the Boston Globe as well. I'm up against it. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh Hart hitting his open threes was clutch. Yeah, I think that's where we left off, right? Levi. Good evening. Good evening. Hirsch, my man. Keith, you have a powerful platform. That's why I like listening to you every day. You already. Keith, you look like a young Bernie Williams. No lie, when I was a kid and I used to rock my Yankee hat all the time, I used to get that. Bernie has like a little like dimple or a scar or like spot on his face, and I got one too. And I'm with Bernie now. I'll see Bernie very soon. I'm with Bernie now multiple times a year. Love Bernie, so I take that as a compliment. My friend said the same thing about the platform. No doubt, Pam. Jenny D, you're OG from Hoboken in here. Appreciate the support. Knicks have a huge fan base. It's so many. It's all New Yorkers. Every New Yorker is pulling for the Knicks, and it's not just here in New York. It's every New Yorker across the globe that has left New York and gone elsewhere. Maybe big is the Yankees fan base, maybe bigger. Nah, the Yankees are just global. They're Yankees more so than the Knicks. The Yankees have fans that never lived in New York a day in their life. Ben, what up, Brody? The Knicks are here. If you're referring to the Knicks being here, I don't know. Or if you're referring to yourself being here, I don't know. But actually, let me check your one sheeter for today. All right, pulling up Ben's one sheeter right now. Man, there's a lot of different reports on the ticket prices. Cheapest ticket is $600. I saw a tick pick $700. I saw $800. Okay, good stuff. I just read over everything, Benny boy. Good stuff. Mostly stuff that I think I knew, but appreciate it. See some. Okay, I don't know what this is. Let me see if I can send Connor some stuff. Always working, always grinding, always trying to put the time in, always shining, always finding some way to get people on the line and say whatever on my mind and hitting the email with whatever I start finding. Let's see. I gotta go to my work email. Try and send Connor some stuff. Connor Green, audio, Celtics, people. Sending you some audio now. Okay, so when we come back here, I want to quickly throw to, when you check your email, I'll give you a second. Yeah, so when we come back here, I want to throw to, these are people from like NBC Boston sports coverage, Chris Forsberg and Kayla Burton. And then I also want to play 98.5 and their host talking about the Knicks still blow their trash. Like I want these Knicks fans on the hold to hear like, yo, like their media members are still disrespecting you. They still don't believe. They still think that the Celtics are coming back. Like that's the type of energy they're still not giving you credit for what you've done. Here, let's get back into it before we get to the 8 o'clock break and update. Keith McPherson on the fan. Who else? It's nighttime. Taking your calls at 888-808-1019. Hopefully I can get to all the calls before we, if you're on hold, obviously we got to go to 8 o'clock break and then we'll come back and take calls. And then 8:20, my first guest is coming in. But right now we're going to play some audio. I just want you guys to get a feel for how Boston media members are talking about the Knicks. I want you guys to get a feel for how Boston radio hosts are talking about the Knicks. And like, especially after all the videos. And that's how I said, like, the internet is written in ink. And those videos are like, how funny was that video of the Knicks fans celebrating in TD Garden? They wouldn't leave. And the little lady was screaming for security. The little old lady screaming for security. She falls. Homies in the back doing Nixon 4. They start chanting Nixon 4. Like that video alone has, sent some of the Boston media members and influencers spiraling. They just still don't want to give the Knicks credit for what they did. As miraculous as it is, as historic as it is, they still just don't want to believe. So here is NBC Sports Boston after the game. Chris Forsberg and Kayla Burton, just, a minute of them talking after the game about what they saw and what happened and just talking about the New York Knicks.
Frustrating thing is too, it's not the Knicks, it's the Celtics losing grit. Like I don't think the Knicks are doing anything all too impressive. They're competitive, they're tough. Mikal Bridges had 0 points in the first half, and all of a sudden he gets hot in the second half. Jalen Brunson didn't have his best of games, but
let's say this: they're cockroaches. No matter what the Celtics do to put them in a compromised position, they do not just sit there and take it. They are willing to fight back. So I do want to give them credit. I do think.
We're handing it to them. Right, well, we're handing it to them a little. We're playing scared. The Celtics are playing scared.
We're going to get aggravated if we just totally dismiss part of this. I do think they deserve some credit for the way they play, for the way that they don't, roll over in those moments.
Yeah, they're in denial. They're scrambling. They're grasping at straws. They're saying anything. Let's play 98.5, the hub in Boston, radio station up there, and what the radio hosts have to say. They got to go to work and talk about this after, like, these guys were all talking about the parlays they were going to hit and all the bets that they placed and how, the Knicks were going to be a second round walkover, pushover. Go for it.
I'm not taking them seriously. I'm still not taking them seriously.
Either. I still think the Celtics are winning this series.
If I had to put money, that's where I'd bet it. I'd take the odds and bet the Celtics for sure. And the Knicks still blow. Don't let the Celtics off the hook by saying, "Oh, the Knicks are." No, they're trash. You felt they were trash 5 days ago. You thought they were trash 5 weeks ago. You thought they were trash 5 months ago, 5 years ago. Because you know why? They're trash. They're garbage.
And they're big mad. Let's go to Ray in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Ray?
Yo, Keith, that just pissed me off, my boy. I'm about to go off. Before I do that, let me spread some positive vibes to you and Yankee family out there. Even prior to these last two victories against the Padres, I was wondering why our fans are tripping the way they are, because we were in first place prior to these past two games. That's with Devin Williams, in spite of him. And there's a stat out there that the Yankees would probably be like 25-12 if he just blows 1 or 2 games and doesn't get, we don't give up the 5 or 6.
That's why we were tripping, bro. Because the Red Sox were like a game behind us, and it was like, hey, we should be further ahead. I fell into it too. Like I said, that was negative, Keithy. I apologize. The Yankees are fine.
Keith, no matter what, as long as Aaron Judge is healthy, knock on wood, this team is going to be in the playoffs one way or the other, and this is going to be his year to knock that door down. No worries. So, as far as oh my God, you just got me started, bro. Yo, that lady, first of all, she's a fangirl. Like, she doesn't even sound professional, has some integrity. You're a moron, and I hate to say that because she's a female. And then the other guy who said we're trash. Nah, dude, your mother's trash. So I hope you're listening, and I hope somebody plays this back for you guys in Boston. A little cut of the Keith McPherson show here, where Ray saying your mother's trash, and yo, Keith, for real though. You said, is Boston going to stay cold, right? Well, here's the thing. I don't think that they're necessarily cold. You know why they're missing shots? Because they're shook. And you know why they never won titles until last year when they beat 2 depleted teams on the way there? Because there was no Halliburton when they played Indiana. There was no Donovan Mitchell after game 2. That series was tied at 1. They had the easiest road to a title ever. They didn't have to play us. I know Tommy tries to crazy with the unproud test and stuff, but there is an element of truth to that. Had they played us, a real team, like they finally doing this year, the toughest team they played in the last 2 years in the playoffs, they get punched in the mouth. They're a front-running team. They don't have the leadership that we have in Tim's and Brunson. Shout out to you, my boy, because you always talk, positively about Tim's. To all the Knicks fans or so-called Knicks fans that wanted him gone, give him a lifetime contract now, because this series is over. Jalen Brunson and Tibbs are not going to allow these guys to win 2 at the Garden, at the Mecca, at the world's most famous. He's the best pose in the world, the best leader in the world, and he keeps the group hungry, greedy. These other teams like Denver and other teams, they get satisfied. With Tibbs and Brunson, this is the best leader.
Thanks for the call, Ray. I just want to sneak another call in. I always appreciate your passion, and I honestly queued up the negative talk from the Boston media pundits before I went to you because I know you could talk your stuff. I know you knew what to say. Jorge in Harlem next on the fan. You got it. You're in there.
Hey, Keith. Excuse me. Thanks for taking my call, Keith. I just want to say a couple of things. The first thing is I heard you your first night, and that night I knew you brought the swag that the fan needed, and I'm very grateful that you're here with us. I hear you every night. Grateful you're here with us.
Thank you.
Secondly, I wanted to state that I agree with you 100%. Game 3 is a must win. It is definitely a must win. We got to hit them in the mouth and give them no chance of them thinking they're going to make it. We got to take the breath right then and there. Definitely. But the last thing I want to ask you, since you brought up all the negative media stuff, did you hear your boy, well, not your boy, Pierce, talking about if he guaranteed the game that
he got it. He got it a million steps today. Paul Pierce.
But I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
He got on national television and said, if the Celtics lose game 2, I'll walk to work tomorrow. He walked 8 miles to work. I was following it.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay. At least he kept his word. 15 miles, so he sure did a little bit.
Oh, maybe it was 15, but either way, they had multiple clips of him. I don't know, maybe he drove a little bit, got out. It's all on social media. He kept to his word, and he was out there walking from what I could see.
Yeah, at least that's one guy that brought the negative media, but he paid the price, like most of them will when we win this.
Okay, it wasn't 8 miles. It was 8 hours. Thanks for the call, Jorge. Paul Pierce kept his word. I mean, if your nickname is the truth, you can't lie, right? He kept his word, and he walked 8 hours to work, and it was 20 miles. But like that's how these guys get rolling and they get going. When they get on TV, they start saying anything. And he's a legendary Celtic, a champion Celtic, also a former Brooklyn Net. I think it was Jim in Hasbrook Heights who had a topic here and he dropped off. Was his name Jim Connor? I think it was Jim in Hasbrook Heights. Wants to know how you became a Nets fan. Okay, I'll tell you guys if I must. It's not about me, but I'll answer the question. Since Jim dropped off, I'll answer the question when we come back. 888-808-1019. Christian Winfield will join us at 8:20, so we have a little bit more time for calls after this break and update. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Let's go to another timeout. All right, that's all the chat was going. So you look like a young Hines Ward. Isn't Hines Ward half black, half Asian? I'm full black. Regular African American Negro. You can't escape the Cowboy fan in you. Pickens is here. Good. Rich Ackerman. Chase says, "What's up, Keith? That's so lame how they give the Knicks no credit. What are they watching? They are Celtics fans who watched the Celtics win a championship last year and run it back with the same team. So they have already convinced themselves. They have already put bets on it. They have already like embedded it to the point where it cannot be true until it's absolutely not true that they are going back to the Eastern Conference Finals this year. It is already baked into their minds. They can't believe they lost those 2 games at home. 1 game, all right, fluke. 2nd game, not a fluke. Like I'm telling you, I'm keeping an eye on Twitter. These people are sick right now. They are scrambling right now. They are saying anything right now as far as, what the Knicks are or aren't. And they're just saying, oh, it's the Celtics. The Celtics aren't shooting well. The Celtics are choking. The Celtics are panicking, getting nervous. Yeah, that's a result of how the Knicks are playing them. It's not practice.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. I've had a whirlwind of wins last night. All the local teams are off tonight. For the next game 3 against the Celtics takes place Saturday afternoon at the Garden of 2 games to none on the defending champs. 1 game in the NBA tonight. The Timberwolves host the Warriors. Will be without the injured Steph Curry. Golden State won the opener on the road. The Rangers introduced a new head coach for the 3rd time in 5 years. Mike Sullivan, the new man in charge, and the 57-year-old is excited for what lies ahead. Sullivan won the Stanley Cup in his first 2 seasons in Pittsburgh, his previous stop. The Jets begin minicamp tomorrow. Their big picks will all be on hand. First-round pick Armand Memu signed his rookie deal. The Jets also came to terms with Arzarieh, Thomas, and Malachi Moore. Mets and Yanks are both idle tonight. Yankees send Carlos Carrasco to AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Hack. All right. I'll see you later.
All right. Have a good night. Get home safe.
Thank you. Still here for a little while.
Uh-huh. Let's keep rolling. Let's get these calls in before my guest comes. Before the break, I told you I'd explain my NBA fandom. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, it's not about me. This is so much bigger than my fandom, and I'm not in the coalition. There were definitely times in my life where I hated the Knicks or Knicks fans or certain Knicks teams or, felt more strongly about my New Jersey Nets who abandoned New Jersey and went to Brooklyn. And I understand why it happened and they needed to. But when I was a wee little lad, like Mike. I like to be like Mike. Yeah, Michael Jordan. Everybody wanted to be Michael Jordan. Everybody was a Jordan fan. Even some of these Knicks fans right now were Jordan Bulls fans when they were kids. And I've told you guys so many times, I did this all on my own. My dad didn't make me a fan of anything. My mom didn't make me a fan of anything. My brother didn't influence me. I looked at the TV and I was a young kid that liked sports naturally, played sports, was drawn to it. And so the TV is what dictated my fandom. I was a complete front runner, bandwagon fan, but like, who cares? Like, you were talking about a 5-year-old kid. So I was a Bulls fan at first. I had Bulls hats and jackets. And, in the 90s, I was rooting for the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and, I don't know, Luke Longley and Tony Kukoc and Horace Grant and Steve Kerr and Steve Jackson and those guys, or Phil Jackson and those guys. And as I got a little bit older, obviously, Jordan retired and went to play baseball, and Jordan came back and played for the Wizards. And when you do all that, and you're, your favorite player, the reason that you're watching the team and the sport and getting into it is doing all that, you kind of fall out of it. So I had a choice to make. Do I follow Jordan to the Wizards? Do I stick with the Bulls, or do I stick with the home team? I am not from New York. I am from New Jersey, born and raised, still living in New Jersey. I have been coming up here to New York every year since I was a little kid. I've been working here in New York for over 11 years, but like, I'm a Jersey guy, Garden State guy, so I picked the Nets because I already was like leaning towards the Nets and playing video games and picking the Nets and had some Nets merch and hats and that old school red and white and blue Nets uniform that Drazen Petrovic uniform, the days of Kerry Kittles and Keith Van Horn, and then what turned into Jason Kidd and Richard Jefferson and Kenyon Martin and Vince Carter. Like, those Nets I started to lock in on as a kid. And, then the Nets were pretty bummy, and no one was going to Continental Airlines Arena, and they had to move the team, and the team went to Prudential Center in Newark, and then ultimately to Barclays Center. And I boycotted the team. I stopped watching the team. I didn't wear any Nets stuff. I was out. I was just like young and mad. And I even was mad at Hove. I was mad at Jay-Z because Jay-Z was moving the Nets to BK, ball so hard. I'm like, nah, that's corny. Like, now, we don't have an NBA team. But my now wife was my college girl at the time. And for my birthday, she bought us tickets to the Nets Bulls series back in 2013, 12. I don't even remember now. It's so long ago. It was the one when Nate Robinson went off. But, I sat in the nosebleeds all the way at the top of Barclays Center, where it feels like you fall forward and you're going to land face first on the court. And I was like, okay, I understand now. With my Darren Williams jersey on, I was like, I understand now. They brought this team to Brooklyn for greener pastures. And when they finally get good one day, maybe they'll get some good players. And then they did that, right? They kind of jumped the gun too fast with the trade with the Boston Celtics that literally helped make the Boston Celtics that the Knicks are fighting right now. They took on Paul Pierce, who we were just talking about, and KG, and thought that they could, get something out of them. That was stupid. And then they had the KD Kyrie era with James Harden blow up in their face. And yeah, I'm still a Nets fan, but like, I just know that like now is not their time. I went to more Devils games than I went to Nets games this year. And so like, for me to get on the fan and act like I'm a Nets fan and I hate the Knicks and it's all about the Nets and all, like, it would be corny. I'm a standalone host, and it's such a small group of Nets fans, and this Nets world will be rebuilt. I was someone doing Nets podcasts and content and really pushing the Nets brand forward when they had the players and they were winning and they were part of the conversation, but they are outside of the conversation now, and that's all I've got on it. Let's go to Dr. Bill in Saddlebrook. What's up, Dr. Bill? You're back on the fan.
What's going on, my Keith? How you doing?
I'm good, Doc. How are you feeling?
Phenomenal. Kids are great. Grandkids are great. My Knicks, I feel like I'm back in the 90s. I'm 65 going on 32. Oh, God, I tell you what, I'm fired up right now. It's keeping me up at night, these overtimes, and life is great, or as you say, it's a wonderful time of the year.
Yeah, it's the most wonderful time, and I know you're a Knicks fan, and you're loving watching these games and hearing the reaction. I know you listen to the fan all day, so you're locked in.
So I'm a big '90s Knicks fan. I mean, the Oak Man, Oakley was my man. Blackman. Oh God, Charles Smith. How would you compare? Can you go player for player and give me a like player from each of those eras to now?
Give you like a comparison of what these players are like now to those guys.
Who was the guard of the '90s that reminds you of Quigley?
Brunson. I would say Starks was the star and was the guard that, led them, but they don't play alike at all. But everybody had that John Starks 3 jersey, and he was leading the team. Now you have a big in Karl Anthony Towns, who people are saying is, the best big scorer that the Knicks have had since Patrick Ewing. You don't really have a Charles Oakley type. There really isn't a Anthony Mason type. But like the two wings that the Knicks have right now with OG and Mikal Bridges, like we're seeing the best of them, and we're seeing why these guys have both played in the finals and won. Like they're raising their level of competition, and you understand why they traded for both of them. It was smart to get both of those guys. Josh Hart is the glue guy. He's the literal heart of the team. They're different. I know we always want to harken back to the 90s Knicks, but these guys are different. And what I will say about them is they got tough really fast. They hardened really fast from the Pistons series to this series. People were questioning their toughness, and now I think they're taking on the bravado of the city of New Yorkers, being hard-nosed, being physical, being tough, and not being punked by the Celtics that everybody said was, Goliath to their David.
Well, I like the fact that everybody was getting on tips about, playing them too hard, playing them too long. And they're outlasting teams in the fourth. They're just, I think his methods had some real worthiness.
Yeah.
It's really coming through. It seems like they're outlasting teams in the fourth. Bridges is just out of control. Each one of these guys' heart is truly the heart. Now it's so enjoyable to watch them. Came on earlier today and said that you don't want to say you need to see another championship before you die, because God knows I'm 65 going on 22. I'd like to, I don't want to call it a dynasty and touch the money before it's there, but it's good to feel good.
Exactly. It's been so long. Dr. Bill, you're the man. Thanks for the call. That's my chiropractor, the best in the business. Saddlebrook Chiropractics, Dr. Bill Thimmel. It's been so long that you could feel this way consistently about the Knicks. That's what it is. It's been so long that you could even actually dream of going to an Eastern Conference Finals, and the dream, like there's a legit pathway. You can see it right now. So 888-808-1019. Josh is in the Bronx on the fan. What's up, Josh?
I'm telling you, Keith, it's like that old Elvis Presley song. It's now or never. Keep up the good work, man. I know you've been holding on to me long, but it's okay. Let's stay at the Garden and wrap it up there, and then go on to the next round. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you holding and waiting, and I got to you. And yeah, it's now or never. The Knicks have to win this series now. There is no, oh, they gave a good effort. Oh, they gave us some good vibes. They gave us a good feeling. Like, they have to win now. You took the first two games. Now it's flipped. If you lose the series, you blew a 2-0 lead. Gary's in Waterbury on the fan. What's up, Gary?
That's Keith after your beast. No relief. I step on stage.
The girl screamed like I'm Keith.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Knicks win the series and pump their chests out like they won something, and then lose the next one to the Pacers. Just to
But they would have won something. They would have advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time since 2000.
Yeah, everyone gets a medal, right? We all get medals now. And my team is the Rockets, and my boys like the Spurs. That's just from playing, because we used to play NBA, the Yanks. We had to choose the teams. And I thought for sure Williams was going to blow it yesterday, 100%. I would have bet everything that I ever had that he was going to blow it yesterday.
Bro, I when they first put him up there that he was warming up in the bullpen, I started sweating. And then when he came out of the bullpen, you could hear fans like audibly moan and groan in there. And I was like, all right, I got to go to work. Thanks for the call, Gary. 888-808-1019. I didn't see him pitch. I ran out and I listened to Dave and Susan call it. And I'm in the car with both hands on the steering wheel, like, please, please, please. And he got through it. He got through it. And you know what? He has to. And that's how I came around on it last night. Right? Because I started to pile up all of these things that Devin Williams wasn't going to be able to overcome. He has to. He's on the team. He's making $8 million. He's a high leverage reliever. He's always been that. Like, there is no running from it. That is athletics. That is competition. And that is what the Yankees are going to do. They are going to find spots to put him in. If he fails, he fails. If he fails, the team fails. And it's May. So even though I'm looking far down the line, you can't. It's hard, but you can't look at, like, what if he blows an opportunity in October? What if he has a great opportunity and wins in October? Jerry in Jersey City on the Fan. You got it. You're in there. Jerry.
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to see how you doing, man. First time, long time.
Thanks. I'm good.
I just want to say that Aaron Judge is the king of New York still. I know Knicks are on the brink of a 3-0 start to the series. I don't want to jinx anything, but it's still Aaron Judge's town, and Jalen's gonna have his turn, but just not yet. Not yet.
Jerry, thanks for the call, but we can't do that. I love Judge. I do. I quietly yesterday was like, oh no, Judge didn't catch that ball. That's not going to be good. Oh, Judge's on base streak ended. Oh, the Yankees, on the same night that the Knicks beat the Celtics, the Yankees walked it off to take the series, and it wasn't like Judge saved the day. When you watch that Knicks game at the end of the game, Captain Clutch was there again. Cape was on again. Who was at the free throw line? Who was hitting shots again? Who is a problem? Who is the closer? Like, it is okay. I'm a Yankee fan, diehard. I'm not a Knicks fan at all. And I told y'all this. At Fanatics Fest last year, the reception that man got when he walked through, you would think that it was Michael Jackson, Justin Bieber, the Beatles. I'm like, damn, this is the line to meet Jalen Brunson? He took less money. He became the captain. He won the first ever Clutch Player of the Year award. And now he's a hell of a problem for any team in the NBA playoffs because they know it. They know when you get into that fourth quarter, that bad man's coming. He's a demon. He is the king of New York. Judge is too, but like, there are kingdoms, right? Lindor, I remember having this conversation last year. Lindor became a king of New York last year in the Mets kingdom. But sometimes the kingdoms rise and they go back down, and some are bigger than others and they shift. Right now, there are people that do not watch the Knicks that are now Jalen Brunson fans rolling with the Knicks. And a lot of that is from this guy. And he had a signature moment against the Pistons. He's had signature moments already against the Celtics. I can't take anything away from him. He is the king of New York if we had to pick one. But we don't have to pick one. Judge is a king. Lindor is a king. Juan Soto is not a king of New York at all. 888-808-1019. Coming up next, Christian Winfield from the Daily News. We're going to talk Knicks with him. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on The Fan. Don't go anywhere. I'm doing this till 12. BRB. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom before I do this interview. If y'all don't mind, I'm sure you're talking amongst yourselves. I appreciate every single one of you, whether you're watching on Twitter, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch. You've decided that tonight on a Thursday night, you want to hang out with me for 5 hours or 5 minutes, and that's appreciated. So if you're in here on YouTube, hit that like, and I'll be right back. Need my keys. What's going on?
Health starts with
Come back. Trying to eat dinner out here, which is always impossible. He's there? Ah. Joining us right now, my guy Christian Winfield at Chris Splash, New York Knicks beat writer for the New York Daily News. You've heard him on with me a couple times. He's great. Let's get into the Knicks conversation. Chris, what's good?
Eventful trip to Boston. I tell you now, I don't know how many people thought the Knicks would be coming back home up 2-0 on the reigning champs, but it's a good time to be a Knicks fan, man. If the Knicks can close this thing out and sweep a team that swept them in the season series, brother, I don't even know if there's going to be a Madison Square Garden to play the conference finals. The Knicks fans going to burn. It's not going to make it past a week, I promise.
When you touched back down in the towns and you looked around the concrete jungle, the air was different, the vibes were different. There was a lot of orange and blue around, huh? You never seen it like that in a recent time.
Hey, man, I know you've seen the little video of the Knicks fans at the Celtics arena giving security hell, man. It was crazy. Hey, Knicks fans are traveling now. I've seen some Knicks fans in Detroit. I've seen them in Boston. If they go to Indiana, they're going to be there too. Man, this fan base is crazy. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but that's good. Like, that's the thing. You know, I just took a call talking about Jalen Brunson is not the king of New York. And I'm like, you can't say he isn't. Like, I don't understand how you can't say that. Like just stop that and don't try and rival Judge, right? Because there are kingdoms. And honestly, the Yankee universe is huge. That's why they don't call it Yankee Nation. It's huge. It's full of fans from across the world that just watch the Yankees dominate. But like the Knicks fan, there's some global fans, but a lot of them are former New Yorkers that moved elsewhere. The Knicks fan is built of New Yorkers, like real New York people, right? So like Brunson is the king of New York because that Knicks fandom and the Knicks fan base is huge. It's not split. I'm a Nets fan. I know it. I've always known it. I wouldn't even give it 10% of the people in this area that watch basketball. The Knicks fan is massive. The Knicks fan base is huge. And right now they're on one because they just got two big wins that no one expected them to get, that everyone told them that they couldn't have. You saw it. I mean, I'll let you speak on it, but like that battery that is in the back of the Knicks fan as well as the players, it's rare. And my whole thing tonight has been the Knicks must win the series now. The Knicks have to win the series now.
Yeah, I remember the days where the starting lineup had Alexi Shved and Langston Galloway and Lou Amundsen and all these other guys. So Knicks to be here from then, I mean, there's some fans that didn't know they were going to see a championship run in their lifetime, and now this team is inspiring hope. So, it's a big day for the city. Now, in terms of what the Knicks are going to have to do to close this thing out and protect home court, number one, they can start by not digging themselves a 20-point hole. I had to go around the locker room yesterday just to ask them if they need to spot the Celtics 20 points at the start of these games just to play their best basketball coming out of the gate, because these guys don't somehow know how to come to the game and play, at opening tip. It's been something that they've been dealing with all season, just slow starts, and then even sometimes slow coming out of halftime. They kind of pick and choose what quarter they want to play or when they want to start playing. They're not going to have that luxury much more. I mean, you already got two come from behind victories over the reigning champs in a row. I guarantee it's not going to happen a third time. You cannot continue to dig yourself these holes. On top of that, you're going to have to account for a healthy Kristaps Porzingis. I don't think there's any way that Porzingis, who missed the first game or left the first game early due to illness, only was limited in game 2 yesterday. Only played, I think, 15 or so minutes. I think Porzingis is going to come back and play a full game on Saturday. That's not concrete. He's obviously going to be questionable. But I think coming back to MSG, having a couple of days off in between games, that's been an issue the Knicks have had,
trouble with all season in terms of stretch drives, specifically Porzingis, who had, I think, 8 threes the last time he played a whole game against these guys. So they're going to have to deal with that. They're going to have to deal with a team that, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they're playing for a lot right now, especially when you consider the numbers that have been just really terrible on their end. You're talking about guys who can't find the rim, who are shooting a terrible percentage from downtown, who aren't even really trying to get to the rack. They've got to figure something out, and they're the defending champs. You got a good coach in Joe Mazzulla, so you're going to figure it out. But I said that coming into the series, the way OG and McHale defended Cade Cunningham really gave me confidence that coming to the second round that they would have a handle on the Celtics 2 All-Stars. And once that happens, now you're looking at a team that, as we see, is really heavily reliant on the three-point shot when you don't have those two guys who can beat defenders off the dribble. McHale and OG are not giving up any ground. You're not beating those guys off the dribble. And what happens is now you're getting the ball out of your main guy's hands, and you're forcing other guys to beat you like Derek White and Drew Holiday and those guys. Those guys are only as good as Tatum and Brown can make them, because Tatum and Brown they draw so much attention. But if you're able to guard them straight up, and then on top of that, Mitchell Robinson, you can't say enough about him. Plus 19 off the bench yesterday. The Knicks, this is my favorite stat of the season. The Knicks are a bottom 10 defense before Mitchell Robinson returns on February 28th. And they're a top 10 defense right after he comes back. It's no surprise that the Knicks are more competitive with him on the floor in these games. But it is a surprise that you're able to come back from down 20, beat the reigning champs twice on their own home floor. Now, the issue is the Knicks have not been a good home team, especially in the playoffs. The only games the Pistons won were at MSG. So the Knicks are going to have to find a way to protect home court. But you got this fan base that we just talked about. You got Tom Thibodeau, who's ready to ride his guys into 40, 45-plus minutes to get a win. I think we see a really, really huge game here at MSG on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're on the phone right now with Christian Winfield from the New York Daily News. As you can hear and tell, he's a hoop head. He can talk it. I've been following his stuff for a while now. And I know that with this game 3, it's crucial, right? Everything I've been saying tonight is that the Knicks got to finish this series. And if they take a 3-0 lead, and force the Celtics to win 4 in a row, you feel really good about that. But their style has to change. And in a series, you expect different games. You talked about them being down by 20 to get going. They got to come out of the gate. They got to come out in Madison Square Garden, feed off the fans' energy. I've already called for the fans to be turning up and not wait for the moment. You make the moment. You get excited over the littlest thing, from a rebound to a steal to a dunk. The Knicks got to come out and assert themselves. They haven't had a lead for long in this series. They have to play their best game. You can argue that they haven't played good and were able to steal these games, and that's what the Celtics fans are leaning on. Oh, the Celtics are eventually going to play good. Like you said, even though you made a guarantee about it not happening again, you do have a very famous tweet now. You got to put this tweet on a T-shirt if the Knicks do actually win this series. The turning point, you tweeted out on May 5th at 8:41 p.m., Celtics up 20, this one's over. No, it was not. And now it's historic that they had back-to-back 20-point comeback wins. They got to come out and have a little bit of a lead and let the thought creep into the Celtics' mind that, hey, we're really in one, and maybe we just can't outright beat these guys.
Yeah, that tweet was so crazy that Josh Hart yesterday asked me why I didn't tweet it again when they were down 20.
Why did you go to the well again for the second game?
It was crazy. I was like, I don't want to jinx it. I should have honestly tweeted. I tweeted that little meme where the guy's sweating over deciding whether or not to press the red button or not. Listen, this is a team that and I think part of it is having to go through that really difficult Detroit Pistons series, where you got a team that's really just out there where they're not better than you on paper, but they're just going to try to physicality their way to a win over you. And it worked in a couple of those games. Detroit is built to fight you until you give up. And the Knicks kind of had to look themselves in the mirror and decide, hey, we're not going to cave to this physicality. Actually, we're going to exceed it and match it ourselves. They need to take that same mindset and bring it to the first quarter and actually play basketball to start these games, like they're down 20 in a way, because they can't continue to spot the Celtics. I know we're joking about, they did it twice, they can keep doing it. You're playing with fire when you do it that way. And I asked everybody the same question yesterday. Do you want to spot the Knicks? Do you want to spot the Celtics 20 points when you start a game? And everybody had the same answer. No, this is something that we've got to figure out. And just because we can and have shown the ability to respond to adversity and come back doesn't mean we need to shoot ourselves in the foot in both feet to start each of these games, right? This is a team that knows that it needs to play better basketball And when you ask everybody, none of the players feel like they've put together a full, complete game. None of the players feel like they've shown the full potential of what this team can do. That's scary because they just beat the reigning champs twice. And on top of that, this is something I noticed over the last few days, right? Usually, especially when I cover, let's take the Nets, for example. Covering the Nets, always the same two, maybe one of three different players or two of three different players at the podium, right? It'd be Kevin Durant and either Kyrie or James Harden or something like that. With the Knicks, you're always going to have Jalen Brunson post game, but next to him, one day it might be Cat, one day it might be Mikal Bridges, one day it might be OG Anunoby. Yesterday it was Josh Hart. Josh Hart had 23 points, 3 and 6 shooting from downtown. The Knicks have so many different weapons and so many different ways that they can get at you that, maybe it's okay if Karl Anthony Towns isn't taking 20 shots a game because it could be OG's night one day. It could be Mikal's night. And talking about Mikal, this guy, when we think about clutch basketball, clutch is always something that you think of on the offensive end. This guy's coming up with steals, game-saving blocks. On top of that, maybe he's not able to buy a basket in the first 3 quarters. Man had all 14 of his points in the fourth quarter yesterday, shot 60% in the fourth quarter. This is the Knicks are a clutch, gritty basketball team that's showing you that. Now it's just a matter of, can you get the monkey off your back and win, protect home court? It's going to be tough, right? Because the Celtics know if they go down 0-3, their season is basically over. So they're going to come out hungry and desperate. If the Knicks are able to match that, you're talking about a Knicks team that might be able to make a finals run for the first time this century, which is insane to think about.
You queued me up for some. You mentioned Josh Hart and the 23 points he had last night and him being on the podium. Something I was saying on air last night after the game was like, the Celtics want to win their way. They have shot threes. They have made threes. They are so stubborn and arrogant to think that that's going to work, and they just chuck up threes, and that's what they do, and they're analytically driven, and that's what tells them, hey, if we hit more threes than you hit twos, whatever. But on the other hand, the Knicks, they'll take what you give them, and they're prepared. They're ready for whatever style of basketball you want to play, whatever's open. If they got to shoot, they can shoot. If they got to get in the paint, like you could tell early in the game yesterday was, all right, it's time for Cat to go to work in the paint, going, to the rim. Now, I attribute that to coaching. Can you speak about the coaching advantage that they have? I mean, Tom Thibodeau is 30 years older than Joe Mazzulla. He's been at this a long time. I gave him the big shot of the night last night because I'm like, this guy used to coach up there. This guy's from Connecticut. Like, he has come in with a game plan, and you're seeing the execution of the game plan late in those games. And just a week ago, people were on the fan talking about this guy getting fired if they don't beat the Pistons. Now, I took a call tonight saying giving him a lifetime contract. Like, talk about the advantage that they have with Tibbs at the helm.
Let me lay it out to you this way because it's funny we're talking about three-point shooting. When you walk into the season this year with the Knicks and you go down the roster, you got Towns, you got Bridges, you got Brunson, Anunoby, you got Hart off the bench, you got Shamet, McBride, Payne. That's now 8 players that I've listed that have shot about 40% or better in at least one of the last 4 years, right? So you've got 8 players who are out there capable of getting up a lot of threes. And for the first few games of the season, I'm like, hey, this team's only shooting 28, 32 threes. Like, why aren't they jacking up more threes? Like, it's a three-point frenzy. Threes are all the rage. And this is exactly why, right? Tom Thibodeau all along was like, hey, just because you shoot a lot of threes doesn't mean it's good basketball, right? Just because you have a lot of three-point shooters doesn't mean you have to go out there and pretty much predicate your whole game plan on it. No, you make the defense respond to what you want to do. You react to what the defense is doing. You move the ball and you generate the best shot available, right? And we're kind of seeing 2 completely different approaches to offense. We're seeing 2 different stylistic matchups right here. And, for the Knicks, there's been a lot of criticism, forget the minutes discussion. There's been a lot of criticism with Tom about just offense and lack of creativity and, not utilizing certain players in a certain way or whatever you want to have it. But at the end of the day, this team, and especially in this city, is a results-oriented business, right? And they don't care how they get it done. They don't care if it's ugly. They don't care, if it's a lot of isolation or if Jalen's dribbling the ball for so long, or if Cat doesn't get this many touches, or if guys aren't shooting the threes that you want. If it's resulting in wins, the Knicks are going to ride with it. And Tom Thibodeau so far has gotten the job done. He's played his guys' minutes. The reason he's played these guys' minutes is so that they could be able to play, say, 50 minutes in an overtime win over the Celtics, right? So they could be able to not wear down. A player like Mikal Bridges, for example, Mikhail is a guy who, as his minutes total for a game creeps up, his performance gets better. He gets better as he gets more tired, or not tired, as he accrues minutes because he's been conditioned that way. All these guys have been conditioned to be able to play heavy minutes. And now you're kind of seeing that versus some of these other teams where guys might start to wear down because they're not accustomed to playing all these minutes. So I think Tom, number one, coming into the playoffs, absolutely there was the noise about, hey, if Tom doesn't get out of the first round, his job might be in jeopardy. And that's fair, right? You can say that about any coach. You got coaches that got fired. Look at Taylor Jenkins and a bunch of other guys that got fired before the playoffs even started. But now you're up 2-0 against the reigning champions in a series that nobody had the Knicks coming out of. I don't think any single person had the Knicks coming out of the series, let alone winning games 1 and 2. And you have to give the head coach a lot of credit for sticking to his guns. He didn't cave when the media or when fans said, hey, he's got to change his ways. He didn't cave on the minutes. He stuck to what he knows. And look at where this team is at now. I mean, obviously the series isn't over yet, right? But, I was doing an interview with somebody else, and he was telling me that the coaching mismatch was in Joe Mazzulla's favor. I'm like, how is that even possible? Joe Mazzulla is a relatively fresh head coach compared to the wealth of basketball knowledge that is Tom Thibodeau. Tom doesn't even leave. You've got players who are begging Tom Thibodeau to leave the practice facility just so he can go enjoy his house. They're talking about his house as this amazing place that he never goes. Sundown. That's the type of animal that the Celtics are dealing with right now. And their best bet right now is going to have to be this team being unprepared to handle protect home court in Game 3, because right now it's looking like the Knicks have their number.
Yeah, and he's a film guy. He's a film study guy. And all these guys have talked about how they watch film. Even after the game last night, they're not talking about, feeling great about 2 wins or whatever. They're talking about getting back to watching film and getting better. Last thing for you, because you mentioned it with the conditioning, they're very much in shape. And this quote I've used all week, fatigue makes a coward of us all. And now you're seeing the Boston Celtics not be able to put the ball in the hoop for like 7 or 8 minutes or whatever it was. And then you're seeing that they are banged up. They have multiple guys that are hurt. Kristaps is sick. Tatum has the wrist. Like, we've gone through all the injuries with Brown and with Drew Holiday. I mean, there's even an issue now on the other side of the East with the Cavs. The Cavs being without Darius Garland, Evan Mobley, and DeAndre Hunter. They're going to try and come back, but we're starting to see a pathway here where the Knicks are up 2. They got to win 2 before the Celtics win 4. And if so, they would have home court advantage against whoever comes out of the Pacers series. And most of us are looking at it like, yeah, it's the Pacers. So we might get a rematch of last year's second round matchup. I know we can't get ahead of ourselves, but what are you thinking about the other side and the possibility of that?
See, that's a tough one because the Indiana Pacers are built to run the Knicks down into the ground. When you consider how many players they can just put out on the floor, the Pacers will go out there and put 11 guys on the floor, and the Knicks will go out there and play 8 or 9 at most, right? So when it comes to that type of matchup, that's where things start to get tricky because at the end of the day, you can't fake depth, right? And as much as you want to say these guys are built to play 40, 50 minutes, it's different when you're cycling in fresh bodies every 6 or 7 minutes and the opponent isn't, right? So that's a matchup that'd be interesting. But at the end of the day, this Knicks team is showing you they're not running away from anything. They're ready to dig in deep. So it'll be a fun series. I still got the Pacers coming out of that series. I don't think the Cavs are going to be able to come back. I thought as soon as Darius Garland wasn't available, they'd have some issues, and now their issues are kind of compounded now. I will say this Celtics series, even though you're up 2-0, even though history says teams that go up 2-0 are going to advance to the next round, this series isn't over by a long shot. Number one, we already touched on it. The Knicks have had trouble at home. Number two, the Celtics have to have some sort of pride, right? Having a team come through on your own home floor and kind of come back down from down 20 twice. And number three, the Knicks found themselves down 20 twice in a row, right? So if you do that again, this is a Celtics team that kind of has to learn from those mistakes. I don't think the Knicks are out of the woods just yet, but this is where coaching comes into play. The first thing Tom said yesterday is, hey, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves here. We can enjoy this right now, but tomorrow we got to act like this would never happen. We got to look at the tape, figure out ways to get better, because as much as we want to celebrate them from coming back from down 20, this is a team that can't really continue to afford to spot teams that type of advantage. So we'll see what type of stylistic matchups, what type of stylistic changes they make. We'll see how maybe they just come out of the gate with a little more energy. But this series isn't even over remotely. This is a series that could go 7. if the Celtics get their stuff together. So we'll see what happens.
Chris, you're the man. The Knicks are up 2-0. The Knicks have to win this series now, and the Eastern Conference Finals is a potential reality if they win 2 before the Celtics win 2. Thank you for joining us tonight. You know I appreciate you.
My God. Thanks for having me, man. Anytime.
That's Christian Winfield at Chris Splashed on Twitter, New York Knicks beat writer for the New York Daily News. Him and I used to see each other. He used to cover the Brooklyn Nets. Him and I used to see each other a few years back in the Barclays Center when I was doing Nets podcasts and vlogs and stuff, and he was over there covering the Nets. And he's always been a Knicks fan from New York, and he got moved to the Knicks beat because, or drum roll, why'd he get moved from the Nets to the Knicks? Because once the Nets blew everything up and lost their stars, you put the good reporter writer on the Knicks. There's nothing to report over there in Brooklyn. Why'd I stop doing the Nets podcast? 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking your calls till midnight. We'll be back right after this. My bad, yo. I'm trying to eat. Let me put up the be right back. Okay, I got another guest coming up in a bit. Adam Himmelsbach. All right. I feel like this got like darker. I think I gotta adjust my camera, adjust the white balance. I feel like it's dark. Yeah, there we go. Change the exposure. Focus. Spot. Okay. Lock. No, I can make this sharper. Okay, lock it there. All right. Eating a couple more things and this guy's freaking idiot. I caught a couple things this guy was saying in chat. What a dumbass. It's always the dumbasses with like a Spider-Man picture and like letters in their handle, like completely hiding who they are and what they are with nonsense. What did he say? He said he can't talk about the Knicks without talking about the Nets. You gotta be a stupid ass. Broken record. Like some of you guys shouldn't even be allowed online. Idiots. I'm a professional at this, Brody. Can talk about everyone and everything in sports. But what happens is when you build a little bit of a name as a fan of something, like I said, I used to do the Nets podcast. Did I troll Knicks fans? Yeah. We got this guy on the phone. Watch. You'll hear this call when we come back right now. Did I troll Knicks fans? Hell yeah. Did I make fun of the Knicks? Hell yeah. But what does that have to do with right now? Yeah, I'm here. Still rolling. About 2 hours down and 3 hours to go. 5-hour KM to AM. Joining us in about a half an hour, the 2024 Massachusetts Sports Writer of the Year, Adam Himmelsbach from the Boston Globe. You know, Connor and I were reaching out to people from Boston because obviously here in New York is an echo chamber and we're going to say the same things and tell ourselves the same things. But I always think it's a good, like, you know, it's a good exercise to get the vantage point of somebody that covers the team we're playing and is around the fans of the team. Like they have a different view of this. I played the audio from 98.5, the Hub and their radio host. I played the audio of NBC Boston post game. I think I told you guys a couple nights ago I was listening to WEEI, our sister station in Boston, and I laughed because they were going through like, you know, how much Jalen Brunson makes. And they were like, oh, he's massively underpaid. I'm like, did they miss the whole thing where he took less money and he's going to get another contract, whatever. But then they're like, OG Anunoby, why in the hell does OG Anunoby make this much? And then OG came out there dunking on them and balling in that first game, had like 29. So back to the conversation, man. I appreciate you guys calling and waiting and holding. Obviously, we're keeping it Knicks, but as we get later into the night, of course, we got to talk about the Mets, a big series win out at Chase Field in Arizona, the generational Juan Soto with another 2-homer game. And now the Mets come back to Citi Field where they dominate, and they're going to need you out there supporting them, and they're going to need some of that good luck and mojo that they have in Flushing against the Chicago Cubs. And, of course, the Yankees go out to Sacramento against a plucky little A's team in a little minor league ballpark, and do not sleep on the A's. You know, the Yankees get a series win here. They need to follow it up going out west. And, you know, there's a lot of Cali guys on the team, so I think it'll be a good little trip for the Bronx Bombers before both teams are, you know, a week from tomorrow facing off in the Subway Series, a 3-game set in the Bronx. So, you know the number to dial. Let's get back to it. Matt is in Connecticut. Matt, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Man, a lot of the KM to AM show is all about KM.
You know what I'm saying?
About Keith McPherson?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Dolo. Like, it's just me here.
So,
Solo host, one guy.
like, maybe, let's say, a third of the whole program is about him, what he's done in his life, his whole, everything you got to say about your family. Listen, we're here to talk about either the Knicks
What'd I say about my family?
or the Mets.
What'd I say about my family?
Say everything about what you're doing in your life. Nobody cares about that stuff. We're talking about the Mets, the Yankees, or
Clearly you care. Clearly you care. You've been on hold for almost an hour. You feeling some kind of way, huh?
no, I actually waited 50 minutes, so it's not.
50 minutes exactly. I didn't have the timer on you, Matt.
How much are the Nets still in the league?
Yeah, very much so.
Are they?
Yeah.
You hating on the Knicks right now, 2-0.
I'm not. Are you listening? Like, are you selective? Like, are you only hearing? Like, what are you hearing, bro? What are you listening to?
Well, first of all, I waste too much time listening about your family and you.
Yeah, that sounds like a personal problem. Turn the radio off. Go to bed. Go do something else.
Personal problem. I'm trying to talk about the Knicks or sports.
So call up and talk about the Knicks, dum-dum.
Your family. Nobody cares about you, bro.
Come on. No one cares about me. There's a bunch of people listening. There's a bunch of people watching. You have to. I'm a solo host. You have to give some background. I literally had somebody call and ask how I became a fan. I think that's the only time I spoke about my family or the Nets. I gave my background on how I became a fan, and I said nobody made me a fan of the teams that I root for. Is that okay, Matt?
Right there, nobody cares.
No, you care. You're tight about it, huh? You're big mad, huh?
That's why I waited online so long to tell you.
Because you care. You could have done anything else, but you waited to get on WFAN to say, this show is about Keith McPherson. You damn right it is. It's my show.
You know what? Because you're KM to AM. Why do you think you have the KM to AM show? Nobody else.
I earned it.
Oh, you earned it. Okay.
Yeah, I worked for it. What time does your show come on? Never. A minute after never. Matt, a minute after never. Never. Only on the fan because I'm allowing you to speak. Go on.
Everybody, just tell. Everybody's going to hear this, Keith.
No, I know how this works, dum-dum. I'm telling you that. Everybody can hear this. You can record it on the free Odyssey app. You can post it on Reddit, Facebook, Twitter. Do whatever you want with it. I know what I'm doing. I'm live. They can see me. They can't see you.
People want to hear about the Knicks. You're just a hater on the Knicks.
You're bugging out. What are you talking about?
What are you laughing about?
I'm laughing at you because you're making yourself sound like an idiot. Literally, you sound like a clown. People have been listening to my shows every night talking about the Knicks.
No. This is my first time picking up on you because I was driving home at the time, and I had nothing else better to do but put my phone on the stand and just wait till I got picked up. And it took you 50 minutes just to pick my phone call up.
Yeah, I had an interview. I had some other callers with better topics than think you hate on the Knicks. Come up with some better stuff, man. Come up with something better. 888-808-1019. Think before you waste 50 minutes of your time on hold, and that's what you come across with. Like, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for all that type of smoke. You know how many hours as a solo host you put in on the air? This is my 4th year. Am I never going to mention my background? Am I never going to mention my family, my upbringing, how I became? You can't call and knock me KM to AM. That's why you have the KM to AM show. I have the night shift on WFAN, the #1 sports station in this country. I'm a young black dude. Oh, don't say that, Keith. I earned this. I put in the work. I prepare every night a show to entertain thousands of people, Matt. If that bothers you, don't ever listen again. When I come on, you could be watching the Golden State Warriors Minnesota game. You could watch the Carolina Hurricanes Washington Capitals game. You could listen to a podcast, listen to your favorite rap album. I don't know what you listen to, bro, but like, you don't have to listen to me. That's the thing. This is free. This is free radio. You don't even have to subscribe. But you mad, huh? What you really mad at? What are you really mad at? I'm a hater. Just talk about the Knicks. Did you not just hear the whole interview while you were on hold? Dumb. Density. What goes on? But like I get it. You know, I just was talking to the chat. You know, some people just have this agenda. They predetermine things about you, whether it's the internet, and a lot of this stuff comes from the internet. You know, and I understand that. But at the same time, I literally said, like, you know, I'm a Nets fan. I don't hate the Knicks. I'm not in the coalition of Knicks haters. And like, this is so much bigger than me. Did I not just say all that? But I guess I'm talking about my family and my life. Like I said, it's so much bigger than me. I'm talking to the city of New York. I'm talking to New Yorkers. I did a show last night. We took calls from San Francisco, from Phoenix, from Boston, from all over New York, people celebrating and talking about the Knicks beating the Celtics. It had nothing to do with my life or my background. I am just the host. I am just the middleman. So let's continue the show. And if any smart guys like Matt want to call in and challenge me on it, I'll be here till 12. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, year 4 on The Fan, branded this nighttime show as KM to AM because we'll be done at 12. We'll be right back. I had a call that asked why I was a net fit. My bad. Dumb. Yo, what's up? Sorry. I had a call. I don't know if you caught any of that.
No,
You guys are,
I'm in the closet. I don't know.
yo, we want to talk about the Knicks. We don't care about your family or your family. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? I had someone call and ask why I was a Net fan. When I go back to tell that story, like, it's going to involve, like, my life. He's like, oh, you just hate on the Knicks. I'm like, when? A couple years ago? And I'm not going to get tired of it either. Whether you like me or not, I'm the guy in the chair. I'm the guy on the mic. I'm going to do the job. I promise that. So let's get back into it. 888-808-1019. John out on Staten Island. You're on.
My midpoint. I always want to say, yo, Matt, wherever you're from, you're a clown, dude, man. My man KM does a great job. And then you proceed to talk about him. You complain about him, talk about his family, and you proceed to talk about him. You could have got to your Nick point. You didn't get to your Nick point, you clown. So I got to stick up for you, K.
Appreciate it.
Great job, dog. Hey, real quick, I just want to say about Karl Anthony Towns, right? Did you see the difference in his game from the first game to this game? He shot 1 3-pointer. He shot 56% from the field. He was attacking the basket. He was under the basket. He got offensive rebounds, putbacks. That's the type of activity we want from him. He is a mismatch. He is a mismatch to the Celtics, and he needs to utilize that. Yeah, you can shoot the three. That's great, but that doesn't mean you need to shoot the three. I'm glad that he was down in the paint. I'm glad he was more forcing the paint. I'm glad that overall the Knicks were attacking the paint. They weren't settling for 3-pointers like the Celtics. And again, that's the difference. When you're aggressive, when you attack, you make things happen. You make the defense move. You make the defense have to adjust. And that's what's getting the Celtics out of position. On top of that, you just got heart and grit from this Knicks team where they're getting it done. Even when they're down, they're never giving up. And they got to continue to play like this, and maybe even more. But you got to get even more just to get past this series because, again, we know the Boston's not going to lay down. Are they flabbergasted right now? The fans kind of confused? Yeah, but that's a good team over there on paper. I know they've had 20-point leads in the game, so it's not like they haven't been playing. They just haven't finished. And we got to, the Knicks got to make sure that they finish up. Yo, Keith, thank you for the phone call. Keep doing your thing.
Appreciate it, John. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it last night. Karl Anthony Towns, that wasn't a coincidence. That's strategy. That was intentional. That's how they wanted to come out and attack the Celtics in game 2. A contrast from the first game. In a series, you're not going to play the same game over and over again. The Knicks had 41 points in the first half. Karl Anthony Towns had 14 of those. And like John just said, he only took 1 3-point shot. And you could see he had 10 rebounds. He was in the paint. He was battling. He was fighting. He was using his size. And, I mean, you can attribute that to coaching. You could attribute that to just doing what he had to do because Mikal Bridges had 0. And, at the half, Brunson had 7. So, I mean, Karl Anthony Towns deserves a lot of credit and respect for how the team started that game and keeping them in that game. As we proceed, limo driver Ed at the Newark airport. How's it going over there?
Well, my brothers, let me tell you one thing real quick for this other knucklehead that you just had on there. He's very jealous because he don't have a family that he can talk about, okay? For one, as a black man, I'm very proud of you, my brother, because you take care of your family. You do what you have to do, all right? And that's one thing I love about you. I mean, I love, too. You do a lot of interviews with top-notch people. You're part of the Yankees organization. I don't care what that brother says because he don't know what he's talking about. And you know what? He's unhappy, and he needs to go get his life taken care of. But I tell you from the one thing is, you started from the bottom and you here.
Hey, hey, you said it. I'll leave it at that. I'm grinding. I'm doing what I got to do. I don't sleep at night. And I wake up, I work on my show. I come in here and I deliver day after day after day. If that makes some people mad, then I can't control that.
Man, he don't have a life and he don't have a family to talk about. Now, okay, now here we are. I just have real quick 5 things. I'm just going to run them off. I thank Detroit for one thing, getting the Knicks in shape, getting them ready, playing tough. They did a very excellent job. And I'm going to tell everybody right now, pump the brakes, don't go crazy, because next thing you know, we could be 3-2, and then everybody wants to fire us. That's another thing. Let me see, conditioning. Everybody talked about it. Bridges came back. He was telling, and I just think the Knicks, they wanted to stay at number 3. They knew the situation that if they had 1-2, you never know. But the Knicks just was. I looked at them during the course of the year. They just wasn't playing. They played enough, and they didn't use a lot of energy. Everybody's waiting for the playoffs, man. They don't listen. If they can stay in that same spot, that's what they did. And this is my last one here. The Hackett check. The Knicks need to start driving more so that they can be an opponent against them. Then what's wrong was they will think twice Boston about Hackett-Shack. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I had to say.
Yeah.
Upset right now. I'm at North, man, but when I hear somebody attack you, brother, you like my own people and you like my own little brother. And I respect you.
Appreciate you, Ed. Thank you.
And take care of your family.
Of course. I'm blessed. Thank you for the call. I'm winning. I'm chilling, bro. Like, my job is to come talk sports, which I've been doing that since I was a little kid. Speaking of my family, my grandmother tells people all the time, Keith used to just always blab about what happened on the TV and the stats and this. And he used to tell his sister's baby doll. Now I'm going to start talking about my family. I'm proud of my family. But if that bothers you, turn the radio off, bro. As I've listened to WFAN over the years, you learn all the hosts. You'll learn some of their kids' names. You'll learn their wives' names. How do you leave that out? I think some of y'all think we're robots. I think some of y'all think this is AI. We just come in here, beep, boop, beep. The Knicks had a 91 to 90. No, we're people, man. We're people, and this is our job. It's our passion and our profession. But like, how can you talk this much on air and not mention your family? Unless you didn't have one or you hated them. How could you talk this much on air and not talk about your life? What it took to get here, what you used to do, you know? I know everybody here at WFAN's story. A lot of them have been in here for years. I wasn't in here for years. So when I tell you my story, I'm telling you what I was doing before I got here that led me here. Don't you need that context? Don't you want to know who you're listening to? I guess not everybody does, man. But anyway, back to the Knicks stuff. Yeah, conditioning, playing those minutes. It's funny how it comes around. In the season, it's like, hey, these guys are going to get run to the ground. They're going to be hurt. But what if they're not? What if they're healthy? What if they're in better shape than their opponents? It's good on the coach. And the hack a Mitch. Yeah, you think that's not in the Celtics' head? It's in their head coach's head. And it's going to be in Tibbs' head. It's going to be the Knicks' head. Use it. Use it to your advantage. The Knicks don't have to chuck up a bunch of shots. Try to draw fouls. Try to play that game. Try to slow the game down with the Celtics that want to just, run and chuck up threes. It's going to be a really interesting game 3. I think it's going to be really tense for the Celtics, and they're going to have to come out and fight for their lives. And the Knicks, they know they can wait around a little bit. They've waited around and gone down and come back and waited till that fourth quarter. And once you get into the fourth quarter, it's Brunson's time. So, man, we are in a great series. I've said that the Knicks have had the best series, the best games in these playoffs going back to the Pistons series. And now this series. And now the world gets to see the world's most famous arena on Saturday. It's up. Matt in Bloomfield, New Jersey, you're next.
Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
First, just wanted to say, I don't know what was up with that guy, Matt. I'm a different Matt, first and foremost.
Let's differentiate. Matt from Bloomfield, not from Connecticut. And you didn't have to hold as long.
No, it's funny. There's a Bloomfield in Connecticut. This is Bloomfield, New Jersey.
Yeah, let's just be claro. Let's make sure we don't mix it up.
No doubt, no doubt. Real quick, let's talk about your family. Nobody is nothing without their family. We're not doing this for our families. What are we doing it for? Shout out to my daughter Meadow. She's listening live inside the house while I take this call from my car outside of my house so I can get the call in. But as far as the Knicks go, you were talking about Missoula and Tibbs. And what I noticed last night, was Missoula's a great coach. But he's young, he's inexperienced. He had a run to the championship last year that a lot of people call, the softest path to the championship that, maybe any team has ever had. The hack of Mitch, right? Nobody respects that. No real NBA fan is going to sit there and say in the middle of the second quarter, the beginning of the third quarter, putting Mitch on the line. Like, that's soft basketball. When you get into the playoffs, we see it time and time again. You can't play soft basketball in the playoffs. And Tibbs, I think it was at the end of the second, or it was in the third quarter, at the beginning of the fourth, they were trying to foul Mitch to put him on the line. And Tibbs was about to put OG in the game. And he sat him back down on the bench.
Yep.
Let them run one more play because they knew he was going to foul Mitch one more time to put us into the bonus early in the fourth quarter. That's the experienced coaching.
Yeah. Yeah. A couple steps ahead.
Couple steps ahead, exactly. And also, because I love how you talk about the intangibles. I love how you're always talking about the energy, right? Yankees, Knicks, Mets, whoever it may be. That's not the energy that's going to get you a win in a playoff series, right? Like, that's going to come back. Karma's going to come back around on you, and Brunson's going to bang 2 threes in a row from up 6, or somebody's going to rip the ball out of somebody's hands and throw it down the court so you don't even get a chance to take the last shot. And I believe that when you do things like that, when you play soft basketball, when you coach soft basketball, it can work in the regular season, right? It's a tactic in the regular season, but you bring that kind of mentality into the playoffs and you see what happens.
Yeah. Great point. There's no shortcuts. Thanks for the call, Matt. Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. They scared to death, scared to look, they shook. That is the Boston Celtics. Either you can play, it's a make or miss league. Your stars are going to star. You're going to hit your shots. You're going to make the plays in the moment, or you're going to lose. It's that simple. You can hack Mitch. You can chuck up threes. If you stick with that same formula, if Joe Mazzulla, who I've been saying he's kind of along for the ride, what a lucky guy defaulted into that job with that team. And also that path that they had last year, it's a little different this year. And yeah, the conditioning, man, I was thinking today, I think I was listening to Evan talk about how much basketball the Celtics have played because they are in the Eastern Conference Finals every year. But also this past year, Derek White and Jason Tatum went to the Olympics. Jaylen Brown wanted to go, but those things do weigh on you when you get down to the end of the road. Like this is getting close to the finish line. And, when you watch these games, Mikal Bridges is bouncy still. Brunson is coming alive like the game just started, right? He's saving his best for last. And, they've got him right where they want him. I just think we're going to see a different game in the Garden. There's going to be a different energy. Hell, there's going to be a different energy. They start that hack of Mitch. They're going to have to deal with the Knicks fans in there. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Al out on Long Island. What's up, Al?
Hey, what's happening, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Listen, man, I want to preface this with, I started listening 20 years ago when Mike and Mad Dog started. I grew up in the same town as Mike Francesa. So I knew all his, family stuff and his personal stuff. I knew that. I knew about his brother. And, I don't want to get into it because that's his business. I'm mine. However, I called in like 15 years ago and BT was doing the overnight show. And it was Christmas Eve, and he was talking about, family and, what his mother used to make, and his mom was calling in with recipes and stuff. It was crazy. And, listen, you got to have a relationship with people that you're talking to on the radio.
Correct.
It's not just about, ball all the time. Sometimes it's got to be, if you're a human being, sometimes it's got to be a little personal. It's got to be a little bit about, family and stuff like that. So as far as that guy goes, I just dismiss that. And I can tell by the tone in your voice, you already did that, So with that being said, as far as the Knicks Celtics go, I think the Celtics are defeated. I think they're done. I really think that, Tatum should have stepped up in game 2 and he didn't. And with all that being said, I think the Knicks are just better. They're a better team with the starting 5. They have a better bench. Everybody talks about Boston's bench. I don't see it, man. I see the Knicks getting past Boston without a problem. I think they're going to have more problems with Indiana than they are having with Boston. And on that note, I'll leave it at that. But you just keep doing what you're doing, man. You're doing a fine job. And don't let anybody tell you any different.
Al, you're the man. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm trying to get to our next guest and what I'm going to ask Adam Himmelsbach. Like I said, the 2024 Massachusetts Sports Writer of the Year. He writes for the Boston Globe. I just want to get a little bit of, some thoughts and some feelings from Boston into the New York radio from a writer that covers the team and covers the players and knows how their fans think. And I think it'll be good for us to hear before we do get to Game 3. Stay with me. There's a bunch of you guys on hold. More people popping into the live chat, and I'm on until 12 o'clock. Again, KM to AM till midnight. We're about halfway through my 5-hour show. Don't go anywhere. Adam Himmelsbach coming up next. Hold on. I'm just about to eat real quick. Try and eat over here off camera, But not really. I always hate when people eat on camera. But I do want to rock with y'all. I do want to talk to y'all in the chat. So, when you work 7 to 10, I don't ever order DoorDash and around here, like Uber Eats. I don't ever walk anywhere. I can't walk anywhere. Once I'm in here at 6:30, I'm in here until after 12. So to eat, shout out to my guys at Mickey's Pub and Grill. They dropped off some wings. I'm eating these wings real quick, but yeah, give me a second. All right, I'm back. Y'all seen the logo? When these callers talk about sports, that's it. That's what sports radio is all about. Yeah, but I don't mind confrontation. I think it makes for good radio. I'm with that. I want all the smoke. I want all the smoke online, on air, all that. That's why they were losing. Boston Chuckers, Celtics, Heinz War. Great show. Love your show on the fan. God bless. Stay safe. Very knowledgeable young man. Go Knicks. Thanks. JM, that caller punked you. How? He waited 50 minutes to call and say some nonsense, and then every caller after called to say he was a dumbass. Like, I guess you're also a dumbass. Yeah, Matt will be remembered. Knicks smell blood in the water. Them boys hungry. Yeah, it's gonna be a big game 3. They got to start right away. I just had to come show love after that dude attacked my guy K-Mac. Always listening. You know what I've learned too is like I'm in an envious position. So many people wish that they could do what we do here as radio hosts. My future is very bright. It was dark for a long time, and then I worked my way into the light, the bright lights in New York City. It's not easy. Like I said, I'm like, it's got to talk about my family. I'm here grinding so that I can change the course of my family's trajectory. Like I get out of here at night, I go home a lot, I don't sleep. And then I wake up the next day and I start thinking about how to put together a good show, how to deliver a great show, how to stack wins. So it just comes with the territory. You got to be able to handle it. And I can. I prefer it actually, because when I wasn't on air and I didn't have any followers and I wasn't popping, nobody says shit about me. So which would you prefer? To have haters, to have people talking negatively about you, or be an anonymous loser like most of these guys and nobody knows who you are? I don't mind everybody knowing who I am and some people not liking me. I get a lot of love. Dang, now all Matt's gotta make sure they differentiate themselves. Yeah, nobody wants to be mistaken as that guy. That guy sucked. NBA paid Steph to sit, so no. High maintenance, antisocial, family pet cat. I don't know what's this about, Johnson Brand? Shout out to the high maintenance, antisocial, family pet cat. Yeah. Okay. That's funny. No, because I mean, I just know how to cue it up, and all the calls drop. But I got it. This will be good. Let's cue up the audio that we have. Joe Mazzulla, Al Horford, Jason Tatum. We'll play those three as a way to kind of fill the time. And if he calls back, great. Okay, thanks. You see, the thing is, before the series, everybody wanted to talk. Before the Knicks went to the TD Garden and took 2 games, everybody had a take. Everybody had Celtics in 5. Even myself looking and listening to a lot of Boston stuff. Boston was basically saying, we want to sweep them. We think we're going to sweep them, but we're just going to give them a little bit of respect. Keith McPherson on the fan. I might have my guess. I might not. And I'm telling you, I connected with Connor earlier in the day, and we were talking back and forth. Connor has probably reached out to 4 or 5 different people from the city of Boston that cover the Celtics, that work in media and sports, and they're ducking the smoke right now. And maybe Adam is not. Maybe Adam is busy. Maybe Adam has a family. Maybe he's got some young kids. Maybe it's bedtime. I know how that goes. But, a lot of nights when I come here at 7, I miss bedtime. I miss story time and dinner time and bath time. But, I come and deliver a good show. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. Let's play some audio from the Boston Celtics while we wait. My guest was supposed to join us here at 9:20 from the Boston Globe to talk about the series. But like I'm telling you, there's the vibe I was getting. I DM people, and Connor being here as a producer, he made some calls and reached out to people at this juncture with the Boston Celtics down 2-0. They're not friendly with us right now. The people in Boston, they don't want to call in New York radio. They don't want to call in and talk about the series right now. This is something they never imagined. This is something that is a nightmare for them. This is something that they can't stomach, they can't digest. So I get it. Like I understand not wanting to, subject yourself to, having to talk about how terrible of a start to the series this has been for the defending champs. Let's hear the head coach of the defending champs, Joe Mazzulla, just talking about being down 0-2. This guy's quirky. This guy's a little different. He beats to his, he walks to the beat of his own drum. Let's hear what he had to say.
This is the situation that we're in. So we have to have an understanding of why we're in it, and we got to fix it. And we have an opportunity to fix that. So yeah, I do relish that, because these moments are all forgotten if you transition them into taking advantage of the opportunity that you have. If you don't, then you have to use it as an opportunity for the journey that you're on. But We have to go into Saturday's game and win the game. That's just the way it is. We have to win. We have to win. We have to do what it takes to win. And we have to put ourselves in position to do that. And it's going to be a tall task, but we're ready for it. And there's no better people I'd rather do it with than the guys in the locker room and our staff.
So you just heard from the Boston Celtics head coach, and you might have heard me coming in talking about how some of the Boston media and fans are ducking the conversation about the series. But you know what? We got a good guy here on the line right now. Joining us right now is Adam Himmelsbach, Celtics writer for the Boston Globe, the 2024 Massachusetts Sports Writer of the Year. You're a good guy, Adam. I thought you bailed on us.
No, man, it's just a heck of a time. I got held up for 5 minutes. Hopefully you weren't talking smack about me when you couldn't reach me.
More about the whole city and our experience today trying to book guests that cover the Boston Celtics. It was like, no thanks. Most of them were like, nah, not yet. And I understand you got to get a win. You got to get 2 wins before you feel like, you want to talk about the series specifically on New York airwaves. So let's start there. How did the Celtics win this game on Saturday? How did the Celtics get their first win in Game 3?
Yeah, I think more than anything, they just kind of lean on what they've done all year, which was this is obviously a historic franchise, won 18 championships. This team this year won more road games than any Celtics team ever. So they're very comfortable on the road. They're very comfortable in hostile environments, and just kind of trust their work that they put in to get to this point. They're all being defending champions, right? Like they've been on this stage, they've been on the biggest stage, whereas this Knicks group really hasn't just yet. So that they feel confident. Are they glad they're down 2-0 right now after boxing 2 20-point leads at home? No, they're pretty good. But at the same time, they definitely do not feel like they're out of this series at all.
What do you make of all of the missed threes? Because that's what's been talked about the most. 25 out of 100. Like this team shoots the most threes, right? You just leaned on the fact that they've won 18 championships and they're the best road team. And what also goes into that is that they shoot threes at a historic rate and they make them. But right now they're missing them at a historic rate. What do you make of that? Is it injury? Is it the moment being too big, or is it just how this series has started and is subject to change?
Yeah, I think it's like a mix of all that. I think part of it's just bad luck. Over the course of the season, you're going to have good shooting luck games. You're going to have bad. There's going to be variance. But having said that, in my mind, there's little question that they've felt that late game pressure. When the Knicks start making their comeback, in 2 games in a row, it gets a little icy when you're at that 3-point line all of a sudden. If you saw Jason Tatum in Game 2, he's standing in the right corner for like 5 seconds. Nobody's within 20 feet from him. That's a shot. He didn't shoot often this year, but when he shot, he made it over 60% of them, and he bricks the thing. I think they felt game pressure, which they're not that accustomed to. You got to remember, this team not just won a championship last year; they cruised to it. The Knicks have already won more games in this series than any Celtics opponent did during last season's playoffs. So I think they are feeling a little game pressure, and it's a bad time to have bad shooting luck.
Yeah, you mentioned, I talked about this last night with Tatum, how he was sitting over there. I'm like, at his size and speed and like he could have taken 3 steps and went up and dunked that ball and nobody would have been able to contest it. But like, it's just so much in their head to keep shooting, shooters shoot. And, you also talked about last year versus this year. This is adversity. This is different for the Boston Celtics. And a lot of people are looking at their path last year saying they had a easier path to that championship. I want to ask you about Joe Mazzulla, because I've been talking about how, Tom Thibodeau is 30 years older than him and more experienced than him. And I look at him as a guy that inherited a great opportunity and job and team. But now he's going to really be tested. He's going to have to coach his way out of this one. They're going to have some different plans and strategy and rotations. And the spotlight's going to be on him in game. How do you think he responds? And do you think he's equipped to respond?
Yeah, I think he is. Joe's a different kind of guy. I don't know how much you guys watched with the jump bites of him, clips of him. He definitely has an unusual approach to a lot of the game, and just even off the court stuff. He's just different. I just got a big story. If you guys remember the movie Searching for Bobby Fischer, about a kid who was trying to be a chess champion at a young age, came out in the 90s. It was like nominated for Oscar. Anyway, it was a true story. Right now, that guy, Josh Waitzkin, who's actually from New York, is Joe's mentor. And Joe went to the Costa Rican jungle for 8 days after they lost to the Heat in the conference finals 2 years ago, and was like torn down by a weight skin so he could be built back up. Like Joe just thinks a little differently. But he also is a bright basketball mind. Like there's a reason Brad Stevens gave him this job, and there's a reason they won the NBA championship last year. So I think you're right. This should be a good test for him. He's going to have to, make some adjustments. He's going to have to look at things Tibbs is doing. The Knicks, I think, caught them off guard a little bit with their switching in game one, which is not something they did a ton of, and I think they kind of threw the Celtics for a bit of a loop. I expect them to come back with their own little adjustments. They're in a weird spot with the whole Porzingis situation. He's a guy that is really their third best player all year, when healthy, but something's up, and he's not right. He's having this weird fatigue from this illness that's lingered for a while. So I think that has thrown them off a little bit as well. You saw he didn't even start game two, came in and wasn't himself, and of course didn't play at all in game one.
We're on the phone right now with Adam Himmelsbach, who was nice enough to join us. He writes for the Boston Globe, just trying to get a little feel for the Boston Celtics and where they are. You queued me up for what I was going to ask next. What exactly is it that is bothering Kristaps? Like, what illness is it? Because I've heard it's a stomach thing, and then I heard it's a respiratory thing. Like, did you guys get to the bottom of like what he's diagnosed with, what he has?
Yeah, nothing in terms of like an actual official diagnosis, but all signs that it was something respiratory. It was back in March. He basically missed 8 games, and just the way the word he uses all the time is crash. He goes, "I feel like I just crashed," which basically means his energy was wiped out. He runs the court a couple times and he feels like he just ran a marathon. Then he came back and seemed to be okay. You remember that late regular season game against the Knicks? He played like 40 minutes in that game. He had some big games. He seemed to be himself. And then obviously there's been some kind of relapse or setback in the last week or so that really appeared out of nowhere. Like we didn't have any idea going into game one that this was an issue. And then, all of a sudden he's out in the second half, and then comes back and comes off the bench in game two and plays limited minutes. His first stint was bad. The second stint, Joe Mazzulla talked about today a little bit, they were a little more encouraged by, he had a big putback dunk, he hit a three, they felt a little bit better. He felt a little encouraged by that, but there's no doubt there's something off. And Joe said today they're going to have to find ways to work through it, and they're hoping the extra day between games gives them a little extra boost.
Yeah, it was exactly a month ago, April 8th, in the Garden. The Boston Celtics beat the Knicks in OT, and Kristaps starred in that game. He had 34 points, hit a bunch of threes. And something I said earlier in my open about this game 3 is like, this travel period, this rest period, like this is going to give them a few days for Kristaps to sleep, to recover, to get better. Same thing with, Jason Tatum's wrist and Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday. Can you speak as well on like the injuries to the other players and how they've been affected and what you've seen in these 2 games? I thought I saw, Tatum grab his wrist or try and fall a certain way to protect it. And, we knew Drew Holiday had some issues coming into this series. Can you speak about the health of the Celtics and how they'll have to get right here to play their best game in game 3?
Yeah, it's the same stuff. You hear all the time. The guys will say, look, am I banged up? Yeah. But they go, who's not banged up at this point in the year? The stuff we're dealing with. Drew's been really one of the best players over these first 2 games. He dealt with a hamstring during the Magic series, but he's looked great. Really at both ends. Jason's wrist has bothered him off and on. You see, even when he hits threes now, he grabs it. That's like an ode to his bone bruise that he had. It's like a celebration now. He's grabbing his once bone bruised wrist. So they're, nobody feels great. Nobody feels 100%, but I don't think it's anything that's hindering them to the point where it's affecting their play. Other than Kristaps, I think the Kristaps situation is significant right now, and they're trying to figure it out, and they're trying to figure out a way around it if they need one.
Okay, last thing for you. The atmosphere at TD Garden. I'm assuming you were there for one or both of the games.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be at MSG. Okay, well, it's going to be a different environment here in New York for sure. You talked about the Celtics being a great road team. I think these Knicks are going to be really turned up for that environment. The Celtics have had the lead in majority of the games played and minutes played. I think I had a stat of like 81 minutes to 12 minutes. How do you think the Celtics will respond with their backs against the wall in Madison Square Garden with Celebrity Row, all the celebrities, all these crazy Knick fans on Saturday if they do go down early in this game?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like you said, the team's already blown 2 20-point leads. Maybe they fall behind by 10 early. That's what they need to kind of feel the other side of it and come back into what Kristaps said last night. He goes, look, this might be good for us because I bet the Knicks are going to be favored now to win this series. And who would have guessed that situation? We're the ones now who are going to have to surprise people. They've been in tough environments. I've covered the team for 10 years in basically every arena. Like, Knicks fans definitely invade TD Garden. There was a good presence last night. But Celtics fans have a good presence at Madison Square Garden as well. If they get things going, you'll hear that a little bit. But it should be a cool atmosphere. I'm looking forward to it. I think the 3:30, if it was 8:30, it'd probably be a little wilder, if you guys know what I mean. 3:30, people have to get up a little earlier, I guess, and start their pregame. But it should be a cool vibe for sure.
Well, yeah, this is New York, and folks will be cracking those morning beers, and you'll be surprised at 3:30. It won't really matter. Thanks for joining us tonight, Adam. I appreciate you taking out the time.
No problem, guys. Enjoy the game.
That's Adam Himmelsbach. He's on Twitter at Adam Himmelsbach, Celtics writer for the Boston Globe. He was nice enough to give us a little bit of time. I thought he was ducking the interview, but that's solid, right? He said he's been covering the team for 10 years. And right now, all of these Celtics fans and reporters and media members, they're reeling right now. The Celtics team is, they're fearful right now. They were not expecting to be, this reality was not expected by anyone. They were not expecting to be in this situation. Good for the Knicks. 888-808-1019. Still plenty of show to go. And as we get into these last 2 hours, we are going to sprinkle in some of the conversation around the Yankees, from Aaron Judge to Devin Williams to Max Fried, and what we can expect to see with the lineups in Sacramento with Jason Dominguez and Trent Grisham, and even this infield right now with Yorbit Vivas and the Mets as well. Huge test for the Mets against the Chicago Cubs, who they score, they pitch, and they've been off to a great start this year with Kyle Tucker and Dansby Swanson and Seiya Suzuki and just a cast of good players over there on the north side of Chicago coming to Citi Field against a Mets team that plays really good at home. Juan Soto looks to be heating up now. Pete Alonso will be Pete Alonso and Lindor, and we'll see what the Mets lineup looks like as well. So we're going to sprinkle in some of the baseball conversation coming up. Call me at 888-808-1019. KM to AM returns right after this. Nah, I don't know. He probably looked up my name and he's like, oh, this is the guy that got John Heyman. Yeah, no, I don't know him. And I obviously learned from the Heyman experience. Like, you can't even joke with these guys. Like, I could have, especially writers, reporters, because they take their job so seriously. Like, you would think they're government officials. But, I wasn't going to joke with him like, yo, Nixon 4, how you feeling? I wasn't going to do that. Like, unlucky the leprechaun. Yeah, no. Yeah, but I get it. They're ducking that because it's like, that's not how I'm trying to spend my night, and I don't want to go viral or get trolled or I get it. Okay, we're rolling, and we rolling. Show goes on. Let's see. Appreciate you, Keith. Let's go, Knicks. Shout out to Prince Jackson King. For real. That caller was a clown. I'm going back. This is going back to 907. You handle old boy professionally. Right. That's the thing. I'm at work, bro. I'm live on air, bro. I couldn't really say what I wanted to say. That dude was John Heyman's cousin or something. Oh, my God. We were just talking about Heyman. I will keep doing me. Doing me is what got me here, you know. Did you mute Keith? Yeah, I had it on mute before when I think I was talking to Marco after the 9 o'clock update. You make me tune into YouTube just to say Keith is the best. Appreciate y'all, man. It's all love. And that's what I'm saying. One hater call out of all of the people that y'all hear me. If you go to my YouTube, you can find hundreds of calls just from the last few months. You could find 100 to 200 different voices. I do this Monday through Friday every night, and I take as many calls as I can because I'm a solo host. And because I like talking to people from wherever you're from, however old you are, I enjoy what I do. One bad apple out of all of those, it doesn't mean anything. One Keith McPherson hater who, like, you know how dumb you sound to be like, I sat in my car on hold for 50 minutes just to tell you to stop talking about your family and stop being like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Let's go to New York. We're here. This is New York. I'm here. It's your show. Just do you. We are here for it. I know, Mike. I know. And that's the thing I'm saying. There are a lot of people that enjoy my show. I've honestly started to talk about my son and my family less because of jerk-offs like that, where I'm like, oh, I can keep it to sports. Since you have a foul territory connection, hopefully you can get the pinstripe territory with Derek. You're a Yankees guy, and it would be a great, quick show. I'm not familiar. I know that they did sign a Yankees a Yankees podcast, but I'm not familiar with Derek. I'm honestly not familiar with Derek. I do a show. Now I'm looking him up on Twitter. I think he's got a good backdrop. I like his lighting and his little room that he podcasts in, but I've never met him. I've never talked to him. So my connection at foul territory is Scott Braun. So a little inside baseball. Scott Braun is from the shore like I am. I met Scott Braun in 2014 when he was working at MLB Network, and I was in the MLB fan cave. We came there for a day. They showed us around, and I got to connect with him there. He was like a young protege in the building there, and when we got to rapping and found out we were both, from the same area, we hit it off. Man, I've run into him in the Jersey Shore. I ran into him. I was out to dinner with my wife at an Italian restaurant in the city called Tucci, and he was sitting at the table right next to me with like his roommates or something. And he just always looks out. I ran into him at the Los Angeles Dodgers All-Star game. When the All-Star weekend was over, they had this big party in the back of Dodger Stadium. It was sick. I ran into him then. So like we're cool, and he's always looking out for me, bringing me on his show. The voice of the youth. Yeah, the youngest full-time host on the Fan, and it's clear with my following and my callers that I'm the one that the young guys rock with. 3 best shows in sports for me: Foul Territory, and number 2, WFAN, KM to AM, Pinstripe Territory. Good. I appreciate that. KM to AM, the king of WFAN. You're king of WFAN, OG from home. Appreciate it. Mets got to get a good lefty reliever. Do you have any people in mind? I don't, but I bet you David Stearns has someone in mind. Anthony Edwards just went down, grabbing his knee. Oh, I'm seeing this now. Right back to the show. Thanks for holding. Thanks for not deciding you want to go listen to a podcast or your favorite rap album or, go watch TV. I'm watching TV, but I'm not watching and paying enough attention. In my chat, I was just alerted that Anthony Edwards went down grabbing his left ankle, and I'm like, I think I saw that. Then I saw some back and forth with Draymond. Obviously, the Warriors are playing right now against the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's the only NBA game on. It is 56-39 in favor of Minnesota. And let's see what Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo are up to. Julius Randle has 16 points to lead all scorers. Dante DiVincenzo has 6 points. And, yeah, I'm not sure what happened with Draymond, but I'll get to work on that. Still taking your calls at 888-808-1019 on everything Knicks Celtics. No more guests. So it's wide open to talk to you. And like I said, we're going to start sprinkling a little bit more baseball conversation as we get to the end of my show. I just had someone in the chat, Soto 22 MVP, writes, the Mets got to get a good lefty reliever. Do you have any people in mind? I'm like, I don't, but I know David Stearns does. And you can trust that they're either going to call somebody up or make a move for somebody. And that's one of his strong suits, making sure that bullpen is good. We remember last year how they revamped the bullpen, and the bullpen has been a pretty strong suit. I just think right now the Mets are going through some obvious injuries. You lose Danny Young, you lose AJ Minter, and you got to do some reconfiguring. You get Denil Nunez back, but you're just, baseball is happening. You're just going through the regular baseball stuff. Jesse Winker went down. I know he's not a bullpen arm, but guys get hurt, right? Like the Yankees are without Jazz Chisholm right now. Like Stanton is supposed to come back. DJ LeMahieu is supposed to come back. Jonathan Loaisiga is on his way back. Like, we are just in the month of May with baseball. So wide open for baseball calls starting now as we get closer to the 10 o'clock hour. Let's talk to Steve in Rockland on the Fan. Welcome back, Steve.
Well, just a general comment about the Celtics. And you touched on it before about arrogance and adherence, the analytics driven. Fine. But if your plan B, if your best plan B is to hack Mitch Robinson, then guess what? Good for you. You know what? That's probably not going to work. All right? And if that's the way they want to go, I'm all for it. Well, as a Knicks fan, I'm all for it. Those guys, I mean, it's easy. The math is easy. They just took 100 threes and made 25. They just missed 75 threes. So if you're going to be such a slave to your analytics when they're not, even when they're not working, maybe something is up with that. And I want to say something about Devin Williams since you're, adding the baseball stuff. So check this out, right? And it's not just him, all right? Think about it. If you were, let's say you were 6, 7 years old when in 1995, 1996, right? Well, you got how many years? 18, 19, however many years of Mariano, okay? Of just about the closest to automatic in the history of relief pitching in the game of baseball. And that shadow that he has cast is very, very large, okay? It is very long. So I think that, when it comes to Devin Williams and just anybody in that role, you're not going to get Mariano, guys. We're not going to get Mariano.
No one is. No one in baseball is.
There are going to be guys on the bases, and it's just not going to be like that. So let's root for this guy. Give him a chance.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Yeah, like I said, it was negative Keithy, bad Keithy. The thoughts and views expressed by Bad Keithy on Devin Williams a few nights ago do not represent how I actually feel about him and the New York Yankees. I am rooting for the laundry. I am rooting for every single one of them to go out there and do their best and win games. And this guy's on the team, and we're going to need him. And I would love to be wrong about what I was spewing about. Like, it was just so compounded, right? The Mariano thing is part of it. Everything I was saying, I'm just like, this guy is in a deep hole of like, he got traded for to come here. He didn't ask to come here. And they changed the beard policy. He didn't ask for the beard policy to be changed, but he's the poster boy of it. And he's taken the closer job. But we had Luke Weaver, and there are fans that were saying, hey, we're perfectly fine with Luke Weaver. But the Yankees said, no, let's do better. Let's go get the airbender. And so now when you change the beard policy and you remove Luke Weaver and make this guy the closer, he's got to be Mariano. And on opening day, what happens? I kid you not. I was in the Delta Suite. Shout out to David Rifkin. And there was like a kid right in front of us. Dave probably remembers. There was like somebody right in front of us, his son. The kid was the one booing Devin Williams after like the first at bat. I don't even know how many pitches we were in. And I'm like, yo, stop. Don't do that. I'm like, we need this guy. Don't boo him. But then it just kept snowballing. And he went on paternity leave. And fans blamed him for that because, we lost that Diamondback series. And the bullpen was different. Remember, we blew the game with Mark Leiter Jr. And people were like, well, if Devin Williams was here. And I'm like, this is getting compounded. And as it kept going and as Pete Alonso kept going, people came in to say, hey, Pete broke this guy. Look at what Pete has done since that home run. Look at what this guy has done. And I'm like, oh, no, this is spiraling out of control. And the Yankees kept finding spots to put him in. And he lost a game in PNC Park in Pittsburgh. And then he was on the mound when they blew that stupid game 8-4 in Tampa. And he also was on the mound when they lost to the Tigers. And I'm just like, this is becoming a headache. This is subtraction by addition. We don't need this. And so I was just like, I honestly fell into the negative rabbit hole of like, okay, they chanted, we want Weaver. You can't pitch him at home. There is no good spot for the guy. His confidence is shaken. He's blaming the mound. And yeah, he did have a couple good outings, 3 good outings or whatever it is. But now we're back to square one. He's not the, yeah. So, I mean, I did all that, but I want to loudly state that like the Yankees don't win last night without what Devin Williams came out of that bullpen to do. and I couldn't bear to watch, I literally decided, okay, now I'm driving to WFAN because at least if this goes south, I won't be around anybody. I'll be alone in my car and I could just, say what I want, do what I want. I don't have to see anybody else. But I'm like, if this also goes well, great. And it went well. And the Yankees had a good night and they walked it off. Now, back to what you were saying about the Celtics. It echoes what I was saying. These pretty boys got punched in the mouth because they are so arrogant. They are so stuck in their ways and they want to win their way. They have a formula. All of their guys on the floor can shoot threes. They will chuck up threes. They have shot some ugly threes, some air ball threes, some clank bricks off the back of the backboard, back of the iron, and they're still shooting them. And even late in the game, it's like, that's how you blow a lead. You still want to chuck up threes where you should be killing clock. You should be going to the paint. But your way of winning games is we shoot the most threes and make the most threes, and shooters shoot. So even when you have other options, like I just was talking about with the reporter from the Boston Globe, Adam, I was like, man, that Tatum play, he could have just put the ball, you had all that time. You just put the ball on the floor and just dribble it. I don't know, but it's not my problem. It's funny, though, right? Because all season, the Knicks can't guard the three. The Knicks can't defend the three. How are they ever going to match up against the Celtics? They can't defend the three. Well, you guys saw. Gene in Stamford on the Fan. Before we go to break at the 10 o'clock break and update, you got it, Gene.
Hey, Chief, thanks. First, I love Jalen Brunson. He's a machine. He crushes it, and I love his fight in him, and also Bridges and those plays at the end of the game. 2 nights in a row, just unbelievable. But I don't think the Knicks are going to win it because they hang in there and they hang tough, and they certainly don't give up. But the reason they won is just what you described, is that the Celtics go ice cold. And so it's not like the Knicks are beating the Celtics. The Celtics are beating themselves, and they're sticking with this game plan. And eventually, I think the Celtics turn it back on, and they go back to how they played all season, and it's going to be tough for the Knicks to beat them.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Gene. In theory, right, that should happen once. But what if it doesn't happen the next one and they're down 3-0? 888-808-1019. Like, in theory, the Celtics go back, but this is not this is reality now. This is not the regular season, all the theoreticals and all of the I'm going off of now what we saw in the last 2 games until I see something different. Until I see something different, I'm going to watch this game Saturday and believe that when the Celtics go up 20, the Knicks have them right where they want them. Oh, yeah, I've seen this before. That when the Celtics come out shooting and missing, they're just going to keep on shooting. And they're only going to shoot 25% from 3. And the Knicks are going to hang around until the fourth quarter, and they're going to outcoach the Celtics, and they have the best closer in the game. And can that happen 3 times? There's no way, right? Yes, there's way. There was no way that the Knicks were winning more than a game. There was no way that the Knicks were winning the first 2 games. And now we've seen that. So I can't keep going back to well, eventually the Celtics, what if they don't? It's a mental game too. I kept saying fatigue makes a coward of us all. This team is physically fatigued from illness, from injury, from a long season, from playing all year round, guys going to the Olympics, them going to the finals last year. That's a lot of basketball. And I think they're mentally fatigued by failing, by being upset, by not doing what they were supposed to do, what the world thought. That's draining. There's a lot on you. Actually, let's before we go to break, Connor, can we play Jason Tatum? So talking about them being mentally drained, I'm always looking for audio. I'm always looking for things on Twitter, to play on the show, little sound bites. And I'm like, okay, Jason Tatum, he's being extra accountable. Let's hear what Jason Tatum had to say. He's I guess he's trying to be a leader and take it all himself. Go for it.
It's New York. Everybody's gonna be there. Do you look at that and go, okay, Jason, I gotta show out?
I said it earlier. I take full ownership on the way that I played in this series, and can't sugarcoat anything. I need to be better, and I expect to be a lot better.
Yeah, this guy sounds 1 soft, 2 defeated, 3 discouraged. We know he's hurt. We know he's the best player on their team, quote unquote, but he hasn't shown it yet. So, yeah, bring all that to New York. Let's see how that works in the Garden on a Saturday. 888-808-1019. Yeah, Ant-Man is out of this game with an ankle injury. It's halftime. I wonder if he's ruled out I'll go find out. But yeah, again, every year in the playoffs, I was saying this in February, but it ain't breaking news or anything new if you watch the NBA. Every year in the playoffs is affected. No, Ant-Man's on the floor. Second half starting out. It's always affected by injury and teams not being healthy. The Knicks are healthy, so that bodes well for them. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're talking baseball now. Mets, Yankees. We've got 2 hours left. Call the show. BRB. Now I got to pay attention to how Ant-Man plays with this ankle.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and Waco troubles down the drain. Lots made of the Celtics missing 75 threes in their first 2 games in Boston, and them needing to change things in order to have a different outcome with the series shifting to the Garden. Doesn't sound like Jason Tatum, though, shares that thought process.
Oh. Hit my funny bone on that thing. It's not funny, but it is.
So expect the Celtics to keep jacking the threes as the Knicks will look to take a stranglehold on the series, Game 3 at the Garden, Saturday afternoon. Going on now, early in the third quarter, a couple minutes gone by, got the T-Wolves in front of the Warriors, 56-42, trying to even the series at 1. Julius Randle's got 16. Anthony Edwards left this one for a short time, appeared to roll an ankle, is back for the second half. Of course, no Steph Curry in this one. He's out at least a week with that strained hamstring. Jets come to terms with first-round pick Armand Membu. That's 4 years, $31.9 million. Hockey playoffs just underway. About 7 minutes got by. Edmonton and Golden Knights, they're scoreless. Edmonton took game 1. The Capitals, they erased the Hurricanes 3-1. They even that series. Game of peace. 63 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park at the top of it. I'm Marco Belletti.
Makes sense why Steve Kerr was making that face now. Steve Kerr is like, well, there it is. Let's go. Keith McPherson on the Fan. KM to AM, I call this. 2 hours to go in the 5-hour show. We talk sports, but every once in a while, being a solo host, I might veer off. I'll get back, though. The sports are sportsing. It's the most wonderful time. The Knicks are up 2-0 on the Celtics. The Mets are coming home. The Yankees snatched a series win out of a, situation where they should have swept. But either way, how they did it with a walk-off was great. And now they go out west And we expect them to handle the A's, and we expect the Mets to handle the Cubs. And then they'll meet in the Subway Series a week from tomorrow. Let's go. Back to the phones we go. Jack is in Hackettstown, New Jersey. Hello, Jack. Good.
First time caller, first time listener actually to KM to the AM. So 2 points I wanted to talk to you. So I'm trying to get into like broadcasting and stuff like that. And I just wanted to say, I'm going to make this real quick. The way that you handled that guy an hour ago, as a guy who wants to get into the business, you handled it awesome. Because I'm telling you right now, there would have been a little bit more profanity on my end.
Yeah. I said in my chat I couldn't even say what I really wanted to say, but I'd love to meet Matt in person and have the conversation. I just never have those type of conversations with anyone in reality. Like those are like internet conversations. Once in a while I get a call like that, but everybody I ever see at the stadium or out somewhere at an event, everyone's so nice. I never get any type of smoke like that when they see me in real life. I wonder why. I wonder why.
Yeah, because I mean, but when you're not talking to somebody to their face, everybody thinks that they can get away with a lot more stuff. The same on
Correct.
social.
And I'm a nice guy, but like I don't think anybody's gonna really approach me like that because there will be different repercussions if you approach me like that.
No, exactly. So yeah, just wanted to get that by. So what I wanted to talk about. So my main man, the big deal, Jeff McNeil, not really been playing like the big deal since he came back to the Mets. Now, I was really excited for him to come back. I've been calling him now for a few years now. I've always been kind of a low-key Jeff McNeil guy. I like Beatty too, but obviously Beatty's been he had his struggles early in the season. I feel like the Mets were kind of winning in spite of his kind of shortcomings as far as kind of fielding and obviously with the batting. But besides the Washington series, I haven't really been seeing a lot out of McNeil that I'd really like to. So, with the Subway series coming up, I was just wondering, in your opinion, I know you're a Yankees guy. I've really only started getting back into baseball this year because obviously, with the Soto deal and everything, it's a great time to be a Mets fan. So do you think that McNeil might be a detriment? Because, I know he's only had maybe a hit or two he only had one hit against the Diamondbacks, one hit against the Cardinals. So do you think that he might? I know it's still early, but you think he's going to bounce back? Maybe kind of contribute a little bit more to this team.
Yes, I do. Thanks for the call, Jack, and good luck pursuing your dreams to be in broadcasting, in media. You could do it, but nobody's going to do it for you. With Jeff McNeil, he's had 35 at-bats. With Jeff McNeil, he has contributed, and I look at McNeil, the flying squirrel, happy Jeff, as a guy that's a veteran. He's a part of the fabric of this team. I know there are some Met fans that can't stand him, that don't want him here, think that he's actually taking up space. But I think, he's going to do more good than bad. I know he had the triple that I saw the other day, but then he also had a couple strikeouts. I mean, it's tough for him to live up to the batting title he had a few years ago, but his contract isn't anything crazy. I just think that there's enough good players and good hitters on this team that Jeff McNeil kind of just, fills in the blanks here and there. And you shouldn't be so worried about Jeff McNeil and give him some time. Yes, give him some time. 35 at bats, 8 hits, 1 homer, 5 ribbies. He's batting .229, 711 OPS. Just give Jeff McNeil some time to impress you, to wow you. Maybe that comes up this weekend against the Cubs. But like I said, I know there are fans where it's Brett Beatty is here. Ronald Acuna is here. Luis Angel Acuna, brother of Ronald Acuna. Mark Vientos. And it's we don't need this guy, but I think you do. You do in that outfield and that infield. When his bat picks up, you're going to be happy you have it. And he's a veteran, a part of this clubhouse, a guy that they're going to give opportunities to. So much so that they didn't bring back Candelita, Jose Iglesias. Jose Iglesias was just in New York with the Yankees, and he didn't do anything that really impressed me too much. Maybe David Stearns was right. You know what impressed me? And actually, I meant to text DJ J. Jung. I'm actually going to text him now. The Yankees trolled Jose Iglesias, and when he got out, I think I saw Disha Thosar put on Twitter that They trolled him by playing OMG, the Usher song. We'll have to set that up for the next rejoin. OMG by Usher. And I'm like, that was so well played. I wasn't at that game. I'm like, I wish I was there to hear that. 888-808-1019. Cliff is in Parsippany on the Fan. Next, go for it, Cliff.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. I'm a Volpe fan. Play local, kind of where I live. Yankee lover. But there's a thing in the Post, I'm not sure if I believe it's Post, about this 19-year-old prospect that they have. They say he's bigger, stronger, just an all-round, beast of an athlete. And so how long do you stick with Volpe? If he's not hitting, he's had some burst as of late. How patient. I know they love the kid, but there's only so long you can wait, I would think, right? Especially if you had a strong prospect, maybe give him.
What are we waiting for with Volpe? You're just saying he hasn't been good enough, and if he's.
I think his hitting's not consistent. Striking out a bunch. I mean, I love the stealing. When he gets on base, and he's definitely talented in the field, although he's had some pretty bad errors. So how long? I mean, I guess I would think his batting average, they would hope to be higher.
He's got the same batting average as Jeff McNeil. I think he's got a longer rope and leash than people want or people realize. I don't think George Lombard Jr. is coming up as soon as people think or realize, but obviously we saw him in spring training and he's ascending pretty fast. He's with the Somerset Patriots, looking like it's not too much of a jump for him to play there. Shout out to the Somerset Patriots. I'll be there real soon. Appreciate them reaching out and appreciate the call, Cliff. I feel like obviously Volpe has struggled with the errors, the strikeouts, but I feel like he doesn't get credit for any of the good, right? What was it? It was like a couple weeks ago he was struggling and people were saying he should get a day off and they need to rest him. And I actually bet on him. He actually made me some money because I just knew. I'm like, he's going to get some days off. Let me go back to the Yankees. I think it was with the Camden Yards series. I'm like, they're not gonna take their starting shortstop out of the lineup. One, they need his glove. Whether you think he has too many errors or makes too many mistakes, he also makes some really good plays. He does have a Gold Glove. They're not going to take him out. And then his bat, yes, he's got to be more consistent at the plate, but sometimes he has stretches of hitting the ball hard and having good at bats and hitting home runs. So yeah, it was when I think it was when there was the travel day and then the Blue Jays series, and then the Yankees postponed the game on the 26th, thinking it was going to rain, and it didn't. And then Volpe played well in that series, and then he did his thing in Baltimore a little bit too. I just think we also act like this guy is 30. He just turned 24 on the 28th. It sucks because they're always going to put him in a bucket with Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson. And also Corbin Carroll and I think CJ Abrams, because they all played for Team USA. They're all the same age or whatever. But I don't think that they're in a rush to get rid of him or replace him. And I think we just got to be patient. I feel like people have already forgotten what he did in the postseason. I feel like people have already forgotten how he started this season. And he's a young guy working on figuring it out. Yes, there's still more to be desired, but he's a young player, right? I think he's got at least another 2 years as a Yankee shortstop. I think George Lombard probably has another 2 years. I don't think he's coming up this year. I know some people think he's on the fast track. Maybe next year we see him late in the year. But they got to manipulate service time and all that as well. 888-808-1019. Rob is in Jackson Heights. What's up, Rob?
Hey, what's going on, Keith? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Just wanted to say something about the Knicks and the fans. Let me ask you a question. You have a lady, right?
I have a wife, yes.
Okay, great. So if she treated you terrible for 3 straight weeks, and then one day she decides to be really nice to you, how would you react?
I'd be like, finally, what did I do? Actually, I'd be a little suspicious. I'd be like, what's going on? What did I accidentally do that changed your mood?
Oh, okay. Not really what I thought it was. I'm very upset with the Knicks fans because this franchise has been trash for 20 plus years. The second we're decent, and everyone's just gonna act like the last 20 years didn't just happen.
Those things are directly connected, though. You realize that. Let me try and think of the analogy. The analogy is the dude that for 20 years can't pull a girl, and now he's been pulling some chicks for a couple years. Now he's Deuce Bigelow. Now he's the man. He's not used to this. Now he's freaking out about how many girls he's attracted because he was in the woods for 20 years.
No, I got you. I just feel like the Knicks fans should just not show up to the Garden. Like if we win the championship,
what? Not show up to
championship every 60 years to celebrate?
Oh, Rob, I gotta let you go, buddy. I don't know where we were going with that. I gotta let you go, and you can call back, maybe. Maybe call C-Mac later. Try that again. Don't show up to the Garden. Do you understand? And I look at a lot of these young Knick fans in the city, bro, and I'm so happy for them. That's another reason why I'm not gonna be an old crab ass hater Net fan for these young kids that are leaving their apartments and taking the train to 7th Ave and going to these watch parties and being around other Knick fans because growing up they did not have this, and now is their time to party in the streets, to be consistently in the playoffs. When April and May come around every year, now it's a yearly thing. And this third year of Jalen Brunson and this team, they're feeling like, hey, we might actually be going to the finals, the Eastern Conference Final. Don't show up to the Garden. What? Everybody should be around the Garden. Even if you can't get in for $600, $700, $800, whatever it is, you should just be out in the street. They're going to have to shut the road down over there. Stay down till you come up. Who told you that from day one? If you're a fan and you're loyal and you've gone through the mud and now you're shining, now you're coming out clean, now the whole NBA world is giving you respect, now the whole sports world is looking at you, talking about you, now these Knicks fan videos from outside the Garden are going viral. Good. Enjoy it. Let people enjoy things. Not even show up to the Garden. That don't make any sense. Go camp out now. 888-808-1019. This stuff is rare. Enjoy it while it's here, and don't let anybody rain on your parade. And the past is the past. We just had Adam Himmelsbach on talking about how the Celtics have won 18 championships with Bill Russell and them. Chill, bro. Chill. These Celtics won a championship last year that people don't really like, and it's not a Mickey Mouse championship, but right now people are poking holes in it. You can't lean on what Paul Pierce and KG did. You can't lean on what Larry Bird did. I know what the Knicks did with those banners hanging above their heads. They brought their Timbs into the parquet floors. They stomped on Lucky's head. And there was nothing you could do about it. They gave you the same game back to back. They left 2-0. Kendrick Perkins said the Knicks are being very disrespectful. He said, you invite them over to your house, you tell them take their shoes off. They did not take their shoes off. They walked in there with not even shoes, some dirty ass Timbs. You told them take the shoes off and don't sit on my couch. Sit on your couch. They kicked their feet up on the couch. So what are you going to do about it? We here. And you thought you had them. And they say, I'm going to go in the fridge, get a Bev. I'm going to go and take your phone, order DoorDash here. You know what? I'm not even staying for the DoorDash. I'm going to use the bathroom and leave. And that's what the Knicks did in 2 games with the Boston Celtics. Now they get to come home. Now they get to come home to their fans. And hella celebrity fans. And all of the Knicks greats. It is going to be a festival for Knicks fans on Saturday at 3:30. How can you hate on that? How can you say not to show up? How can you tell people to not enjoy that? There are people going with their grandfathers, their dads, their brothers, their uncles, their moms, their grandmoms, their sisters. They're all Knicks fans. They're all New Yorkers or New Jersey or Connecticut or Pennsylvania or for wherever. I don't know. That's how I see it. That's the type of time I'm on. Gary in Jersey City on the Fan next. What's up, Gary?
Hey, Keith, how are you? How are you? Allowing me the phone call. First, let me say I really appreciate the approach that you take on a fan. It's a breath of fresh air. I like your bluntness. I like your honesty. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Also regarding the Knicks, the success they've been having this year, I think you're pulling on the exact right thread when it comes to the Celtics and these injuries and lasting injuries, for not just for their stars, but for a lot of their support players and a lot of the behind the scenes players. They're super injured, and I think that's a real issue as far as their ability to play in the fourth quarter. I think you can kind of draw an analogy and create an analogy between the Knicks last year and the Celtics this year. As far as I think the Knicks were definitely banged up last year, but they also got to a place that they were trying to get to, and they kind of took a breath and said, "Hey, we're here. Anything from here on here is kind of gravy." And the analogy that I could draw is the Celtics have won a championship. They're banged up this year. They might not have the same kind of fire that they had last year to try to get that championship, knowing that they already got over the hump.
Mm-hmm.
I really think there's an analogy that could be drawn between these two teams, and I think the Knicks are a hungrier team. And you can forget about these 20-point deficits. It's all about the fourth quarter, and you can just tell these Celtics are just dead on their feet in the fourth quarter. I mean, 14, 15 shots in a row, and most of them are clanking off the rim. They're not even close. I really think that they're dead and buried.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Gary. The only thing I disagree with the phrase that you said about like for the Knicks, everything else from here, like whatever happens is gravy. No. Because the whole thread of my open and show tonight is the Knicks have to win the series now. It will not be gravy if they lose the next 4 games. But I don't think they're losing the next 4 games because, like you said, right? I think Rami was producing my show maybe Monday night, and we were talking through the things. And Rami is a Knicks fan, and I'm like, I don't know how we got to it, but I'm like, the only way I see the Knicks winning games or potentially even taking the series is if the Celtics are hurt and they start feeling sorry for themselves and they're not at 100% and they're licking their wounds, and then the physical becomes mental. And here we are. I didn't think it was going to be this bad because I did not think they were going to shoot this bad. Even hurt, I didn't think they were going to shoot this bad and then keep shooting. Again, fatigue makes a coward of us all, physically and mentally. And yes, they did win a championship last year. It's hard to go back to back. So maybe that thought creeps into their head, right? Damn, we're struggling here with the Knicks. We still would have the Eastern Conference Finals after this and the finals after this to repeat. I don't know if I can make it. Legs getting heavy, getting tired. I need a rest. These Knicks, they're ready to go. Mikal Bridges, Iron Man, he'll play 51 minutes. 888-808-1019. I don't know how many minutes I got left. We're running out of time. Keith McPherson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. All right. I'm going to hit the chat, and then I'm going to hit the restroom and come back. So let's see. Demon D, Keith the Legend. Working on it, building it. By the time my son goes to school, I want people to be like, yo, you know who your dad is? I'm on that trajectory. Hey, Keith, I will send you a message on the Odyssey app tonight. You can do that? Is that a new feature on the app or something? Is that a new feature on the app? All right, I'm posting. Trying to get my TikTok popping. My TikTok is weak as hell, bro. There ain't no reason my TikTok. I know why.
Have to win the series.
My TikTok is weak because I had it in like 2018, 2019, and like I tell the story all the time. There's too many little girls in their room shaking ass, and I felt like I was to catch a predator bound. I felt like Chris Hansen was gonna pull up, and I wasn't like trying to watch, but you know how you scroll, and I'm like, damn, another like 13-year-old girl dancing in a room, like this is whack, like this isn't what I'm on here. But now TikTok is way different than it was like 7-8 years ago. So I digress. Oh, but like that's why I was on it, and I was trying to make videos. I remember like following the trends and copying the like popular trends on the for you page, and then like I was just like, I'm good on this shit, bro. I'm not doing this. And then fast forward, it became this like really large platform for anyone and everything. What I love about TikTok now is people DJ on it. That's what I want to get to next. Start DJing in my little room, It's coming. I just don't. I gotta find the time, and I'm still working on my like Serato cues and playlists. It's a lot of work to DJ. People don't realize how much time people put into like DJ sets and like queuing up music and having a playlist and knowing exactly when to mix them and drop them. And yeah, that's what I'm working on now. Okay.
Back-to-back 20-point deficits.
Let me see. Will, what up, bro? I see you. You got two accounts? Will G, Will Garrett and Will G. Katie, what's up? I'm not sure what you were laughing at 10:08. It's probably something I said. No question, Volpe is a big leaguer, bro. Hit a grand slam in the World Series. Bobby back. What up, Bobby? Bobby said, "What up, everybody?" Yeah, Volpe's fine. Dalton is in here. What up, Dalton? Yeah. Your boy Cam on the fan, you heard? Let's get back into it. I'm just taking calls the rest of the way. I like to take calls. It's just me. I'm Dolo. I told the dude that called. I said I'm Dolo. He didn't know what I was talking about. I'm solo. It's just me. It's a solo act. It's just me and the mic here. Connor behind the board is doing a great job as always. But yeah, call 888-808-1019 and we can talk about whatever's on your mind one time. That'd be fine. Bars. Let's go to Florida. We got Florida on the line. So let's go to Mike from Palm Coast and see what he's thinking about. Good. How are you? Thanks for calling.
I don't want to throw a trade proposition at you, see what you think about it, but I just wanted to tell you, I listen to your show all the time, even if I have to listen on audio, the replay, because you talk like a fan. You don't talk like any of these other guys that think they know everything.
I'm a fan. I think a lot of times, Mike, I'm like, I've only been hosting for 4 years. I'm still learning the tricks of the trade and the profession and like the ins and outs of being a radio host. I am a fan. I'm talking to you guys the same way I talk to everybody in the stadium in the bar.
The thing, though, if you talk to us like you're talking to a friend. It's not like these other guys that know it all. But let me throw this trade proposition at you, Suji. I know you're a Yankee fan. I love Rice, but I think because of his success right now, and the Yankees got a glitch of left-handed hitters, and there's nowhere for him to play. I mean, Stanton's going to come back, Chisholm's going to come back. You got Wells locked in at catcher. You got Goldie locked in at first, and he's coming back next year. This isn't his farewell year. There's nowhere for this guy to play. Stanton coming back DH. It's obvious there's nowhere for him to play. He's hot right now, and Sandy Alcantara, who everyone knows is a superstar. I know he's doing horrible right now, but that's, he's going to come around. But maybe he's a little diminished right now as far as his ask. I'd send Rice to the Marlins, give him Warren, give him Yorvik Vivas, give him Peraza, even, you know what? I may even throw Spencer Jones in the deal. I want Sandy Alcantara. Can you imagine the rotation that we would have this year and next year when we get Cole back? We get Hill back in July. I think that's the way to do it. I mean, you're not going to have any future with Rice. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I'm already too attached to Benny Blanco Arroz. I can't. I'm not getting rid of Ben Rice. I'm not. I don't. We don't have
to give to get.
I know you have to give to get, but didn't you just throw them Will Warren and Yorvik Vivas and I can't get rid of Ben Rice. I see Ben Rice as a guy just coming into his own.
Well, Stone's in the deal too.
There's no room for Spencer Jones. So yeah, as you send Spencer Jones, because I think Trent Grisham's going to want to hang around a little longer. Jason Dominguez is going to be here for a while.
That's what I'm saying. These guys are blocked. And I think that to get the caliber of pitcher like Alcantara, I mean, you can't let your rivals get him. I mean, you can't let Baltimore or Boston or Toronto get him. I mean, the Yankees, I think this is the right time to do it. I love Rice. I don't want to lose him. I really want to see Jones, but I would do it. And I think more so than any other team.
I hear you. I hear you, Mike. Thanks for the call. It's not a bad thought, but I think it's an early thought to have on May 8th. I don't think Sandy Alcantara will be traded until the deadline. I think there's going to be a lot of suitors. Shout out to my boy Ben, who always is sending me notes. He sent a note earlier about how MLB executives have voted Sandy Alcantara as the most likely player to be traded at the deadline. It's no secret that if you're looking for an ace, he's going to be at the top of the market. I don't expect the Baltimore Orioles to be in it. I don't expect them to be making a trade. I don't expect them to be postseason bound. The Blue Jays, maybe. So I understand the thought of like keeping them away from your rivals. But you know what? There was also an article that I came across today. I didn't read it. I put it in my notes. And so we don't really have to read it. Like you can just read the headline and think about it. But after the Padres leave town and we just beat Michael King with Clark Schmidt on the mound, there was an article that popped up about Michael King potentially reuniting with the Yankees. Padres right-handed pitcher Michael King will enter free agency this offseason, and a reunion with the New York Yankees isn't out of the question. The guy grew up a Yankee fan in Boston, I believe. And, of course, if the Yankees want to pay him, he'll come back. But then it made me think about what the Yankees currently have and will have. They have Max Fried. They have Carlos Rodon. They have Clark Schmidt. Luis Gil is supposed to return next month. And then if you add King to that, and then Sandy Alcantara, or the order would be Sandy Alcantara, who I think is under control for the next couple of years, and Michael King in free agency. I guess I would negate Michael King. You wouldn't add Michael King in free agency if you have Sandy Alcantara because you have Garrett Cole coming back at the end of next year. Sounds like great problems to have for the Yankees. Those aren't the problems we have right now. 888-808-1019. I'm not trading Ben Rice for a few reasons. Yes, Paul Goldschmidt has been great this year, but he's on a one-year deal, and who knows what his market's going to look like next year, and who knows what Father Time is going to do to him next year. Maybe he does not have the same year. Maybe he does start to regress. I don't know. Ben Rice could be your left-handed power bat at first base of the future. I'm not letting that kid go. He's already shown me he could do it. He's already shown me that he could just DH. You know how hard it is for guys to just DH? Look at Rafael Devers. He had a hard time this year to start off the season as just a DH. He's still having a hard time. Rafael Devers told reporters today that Craig Breslow approached him about playing first base after the season-ending injury to Tristan Casas, and he said, "Nah, bro. Me? No. Me, I'm a third baseman, or at least I was. He said he's not willing to go to first base now for the Red Sox. So I cannot get rid of Ben Rice. Like I said, he is a Yankee fan today, tomorrow, forever. Grew up a Yankee fan. He has been so great for us. He's a part of the young, part of this team, the NYY young boys, the Yankee youngsters. I'm not trading Ben Rice. Trade some farm people. Trade some Spencer Jones. Sure, if you want to get rid of Spencer Jones, do that because, like I said, Spencer Jones is probably blocked. And I'm not thinking about Sandy Alcantara right now. Honestly, I'm thinking about this Yankee rotation right now. Are we going to see Alan Winan soon? Like, what's the deal with that? Carlos Carrasco is with the Rail Riders. The Yankees, we have Max Fried Day that you're confident in. We finally feel better now about Carlos Rodon. But Will Warren is an issue. And luckily, Will Warren will pitch in a minor league ballpark tomorrow against the Oakland A's late. I think I'll be on tomorrow after Luke Hour till 9:25. So like a 2.5 hour show leading into the Yankees. But then, Will Warren will pitch. Rodon will pitch. And then it's TBD on Sunday. Is that Ryan Yarborough's spot? Is that what we're doing there? Like, those are the issues right now. As far as trading for an ace at the deadline, that's another thing. Cashman's not pulling the trigger on that right now. That's something that's going to happen in July, late July 31st, probably at like 3 p.m. 10:35 p.m. Keith McPherson on the fan. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. There's some interesting calls. Let's go to David out on Long Island as we're talking about trades.
Hey, Keith, what's going on?
Have a good time talking to everybody on the live stream, live on air, taking calls, watching this game a little bit, passing time.
Yeah. Well, listen, what would you say like your most your favorite sport is, or your most knowledgeable sport is?
Most people say I don't know ball at all. Online, they're like, this guy doesn't know anything about sports. So I don't know. I can't call it. I think I know a little bit about all of them.
Well, I called in like 6 months ago, and I said, you know what? When you first came on the air, I wasn't crazy about you. Then, like, you grew on me. I'm like, this guy's good. But you know what? You became a little bit of a homer, in my opinion, and that's just my opinion. All right. And
for which team?
My teams are the Mets, the Islanders, the Cowboys, and
you said I'm a homer, so I'm a homer for the Yankees, probably, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, it's cool, but I'm just saying too, like, you want to escalate, like, you want to climb the ladder. Like, I think you should be a little bit more like political about things. Like, you have a big New York fan base. I was going to say. Then you had a call like a few times ago, which like he's like sitting there, the tough guy, go, this guy did this, I'll do that. Listen, if it's one thing we've learned, Keith, you and I both know this, and so that list that caller knows as well, is that as tough as you think you are, there's somebody tougher than you. So shut your mouth and be quiet about it. But what I want to ask you is,
leave him. David, oh man, we already dumped you because you dropped the F-bomb. Your call sucks. And like I miss what you were saying or what you were trying to say. Can you articulate it without cursing? Like, it's one thing to go from, me being a homer to trying to, like, I don't know, tell me something about no matter how tough I am, there's always somebody tougher. This isn't about being tough. What are you talking about?
You had a caller a few times ago, like about 15 minutes ago, who called in and said, like, if he made, like, he said he would be a tough guy, you're good. Like, if someone, as tough as you think you are, there's always somebody tougher than you. You can ask Mike Tyson that.
Oh, we're talking about fighting. We're talking about boxing. We're talking about fisticuffs.
We're talking about in general, like being tough. Like this guy that called a few times ago, like 10 minutes ago, he's talking about, hey, if it was me, I would handle it differently. This and that. We don't need that on the air. Number one. But,
all right, now I got to put you on hold, bro, because like you got some of y'all are just I don't know where you're coming from. I don't know what you're on tonight. It started with a caller a couple hours ago that just was super aggressive and negative and nasty towards me, basically saying I can't talk about my family on air and like the show is KM to AM and I have this shift because of like I really don't even know where it was coming from. And so the caller you're referencing, like David, and you're still on hold, but like I don't know what you're trying to get across, so let me handle it. Let me handle the talking. What the caller was saying was like, people are negative and nasty like that online and on air because they're protected by a phone or by a screen. And what I went on to say is everybody I meet is nice. Everybody I meet is friendly, and I'm nice and friendly too. But like people don't approach me with that negativity. Like you just dropped an F bomb and told me to shut the F up, and that like no matter how tough I think I am, there's always somebody tougher. And you referred to Mike Tyson. Like, what are we talking about, bro? It's 10:40 at night on a Thursday night on the Fan. I'm hosting a show, and like, not for nothing, like I'm not worried about any of y'all, and I'm not worried about anybody checking me. So, like, if that's what you're trying to say, like, I'm good. Like, if we keep it a buck, like, I'm not worried about any of that tough guy stuff either. Like, you're not scaring anybody. Like, like, keep it to the sports. Like, I clicked on your phone call because we were talking about a Sandy Alcantara trade, and your topic was about the George Pickens trade to the Dallas Cowboys. You start off saying that I'm a homer, and then you list the teams you like. Like, what are y'all on tonight? Y'all smoking the za? The Knicks are off. Y'all having some brews. Like, if you hate me, if you don't like me, why are you putting so much energy into this? So can we start the call over again, David? And you sound like an older guy, right? Like, if you want to fight me, that's one thing, but I'm not trying to fight anybody. Do you not hear how I take these calls, how nice I am to everybody? Like, I don't understand where this energy is coming from. But like at the same time, I welcome it. So let's start over again, man. Like, let's just get to like leave all that other stuff out of it. Like, I get it, bro. Like, just stick to the sports. Hit me with your sports topic. And like, don't tell me about trying to like ascend or climb the ladder or how I gotta be. I don't know you. You know me though. Like, I don't know what you do or where you're from or whatever. So like, I'm not trying to take any of your advice. Let's keep it to what you called on the topic sports wise, because you didn't tell any of this to my producer. So just let's start this over again. I'm gonna say your name, where you're from, and then you tell me what you want to talk about sports wise, and I'll get you up out of here. David, out in Long Island, on Long Island again on the Fan. David, just go for it, bro.
Hey, but listen, I respect the fact that you came back to me. You're a good man.
Yeah, I'm not worried. This is like, I don't know you, bro. This is a radio. I'm taking calls, but it's like it's wild disrespect, and it's like, what did I do to bring that type of energy on? Just keep it to the sports.
Yeah. But I did not mean to offend you in any way or threaten anyway. That was
Bro, you dropped the F bomb. You told me to shut the F up, and then you said like I'm not tough. I am tough, and like I'm not trying to take it there. I'm hosting my show. Like bro, it's a waste of time. Let me get a sip of water. But it makes for good radio. And the people in the live chat are loving it. It's entertaining, right? This is what we got to do to fill time. This is New York. And you know what? I guess because the Knicks are playing tough, everybody's tough now. I guess because the Knicks are up 2-0, we don't know how to act now. I guess it's me, right? I try to treat everybody with respect. The great Steve Summers was in here a couple nights ago. And he hit me with 2 H words, and he says he listens to my show, and he says it's your humbleness and your humanity. And I'm telling you, I almost teared up talking to Steve, somebody that I admire and has been gracious. And he's like, I listened to your show, and you're so humble about like yourself and how you talk to callers and what you know and what you don't know, and even your story and how you got here and all this stuff. Like you always say, you're blessed and you're thankful and all like that comes across great, Keith. And then he's like, your humanity, how you treat people. Like, we know what type of person you are. But clearly, Steve, if you're out there listening, they don't. Some of these people got me effed up. Some of these people got me confused. Let me pick. I hit the eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and I picked the wrong call. Let me go to Brian in Brooklyn on the Fan. Hopefully, we can do better.
Hey, Keith, how are you?
I'm good. I'm having a good time. I guess some people aren't tonight, though.
Sounds a little entertaining. I wanted to discuss the lack of accountability in regards to Brian Cashman. And I want you to hear me out and, tell me if you agree with me or not. I understand, he took the Yankees to the World Series last year. They won World Series with the Yankees, quite a few times. And it seems like he'll be 80 years old and he still will have the GM job. He can't do any wrong.
I'm just looking at the Miami Marlins. You know, it was actually interesting. 2 calls ago, someone brought up the Miami Marlins, and there's a player right now in the Miami Marlins by the name of Augustin Ramirez, who was traded by Brian Cashman for Jazz Chisholm Jr. And right now, it looks like Augustin Ramirez is going crazy out there.
Yeah, good start for him. I'm paying attention. Yep, go on.
He had a crazy start, and it seems like we got the injury-prone Jazz Chisholm, 190 batting average, who just seems like he only hits for power. And I understand he's got speed. I understand he's got the other attributes, and there's also a big part of the other trade also was with Jared Sturno, who was also a big key. And I watched these guys when they were in single A with Hudson Valley, and I watched them live. And, you know, I was very excited because I really thought one day they would get pulled up. But it seems like if you're a Yankee prospect, your dream is to not be in the organization because the odds of you getting called up is slim to none. You got to really, really break out in the minors. So, you know, players such as Volpe and Dominguez, it took some time for them to get called up. And even then, you know, obviously they haven't met their expectations. But there's just so many trades I feel that he's not being held accountable for. We can go with the Frankie Montas trade. That was a complete disaster. You know, Jason really.
Well, Brian, not to cut you off, because I mean, you know, I know, and I know the Yankee fans know all of the, you know, different transactions, but how would one Brian Cashman be held accountable?
I mean, it just seems like every year Hal just gives him a free pass. I mean, the fans are always, you know, complaining and saying, you know, these trades are being brought up and are trying to be, you know, brought into Hal's, you know, picture. But Hal, it just seems like Brian Cashman gets an exemption every single year, regardless.
Yeah.
Place. Best place this year.
But they're in first place right now. And thanks for the call, Brian. And I'm not trying to be, you know, and I know Big Mac gets this all the time, a Cashman shill. And I'm not trying to be a Cashman defender, but like, that's why I asked the question. How would he be held accountable? You know, 2 years ago, the fans tried to hold him accountable and sell Fire Cashman shirts and have a Fire Cashman night and put up some type of like petition to like get him out of office. And what did he do? He embraced the Martian. He called up Jason Dominguez, and then we got the, you know, the Baby Bomber 2.0 with Austin Wells and Everson Pereira and Oswald Peraza, and it was like, okay, whatever. You know, lost season, and Judge ran into the wall. It is what it is. They were in the World Series last year. He did make the trade to get Juan Soto. And after not re-signing Juan Soto, he did make a lot of moves that have this team in first place right now, potentially being the best team in the American League again. Like, there's no way to hold him accountable. They're not firing him. Because if you fire Brian Cashman, I've said this joke a bunch of times. If Hal Steinbrenner was to fire Brian Cashman, he would have to rehire Brian Cashman to help him hire the next guy. He would need his insight. He would need to know where all the bodies are buried and all of the secrets. He would need Brian Cashman to help hire the next GM. So I know as Yankee fans, we are obsessed. And like you mentioned Augustin Ramirez, I was waiting for you to say we have JC Escarra as the backup. Luis Torrens is with the Mets. Like, we didn't have a catcher for a little while. A couple years back, we had Ben Rortvedt catching for us. Like we know, we see some of the moves that don't go this way, but it's an inexact science. And I think Brian Cashman does way more good than bad. And like, hold him accountable. The Yankees they're doing great business. They just celebrated 50 million fans at the stadium. 50 million paid visitors since 2009. I was at the game last night, 42,000 plus. That was the game of the year. Had a good time. This team has some good players. They have the best player in the league. He doesn't get any credit for Aaron Judge. He doesn't get any credit for Judge, and I get it. Like, I mean, I don't know. There's no way to hold him accountable, and it's not so bad. We were in the World Series last year. I had fun going to the World Series. It sucked how it ended and how it played out. Yeah, I know. But let's hope that this year is different. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Will in Jersey on the Fan next. Hello, Will. What you thinking?
Hey, how you doing, Keith?
Good.
Just wanted to talk to you about the Mets series coming up. I feel like, I mean, me personally, and I believe that every other Yankees fan thinks the same way. You know, we got Oakland and the A's and the Mariners coming up. And, I'm not really thinking about that. I'm worried really about Friday night in the Bronx. Mainly because, like you said with the Knicks, it's going to be a festival on the streets for that game. But I really think that it's going to be a festival in the Bronx for that game with Juan Soto coming back, the Mets coming to town, night game on a Friday.
Let's sweep them then.
What do you think?
Let's sweep the Mets then. I want some get back. We got swept last year, right? Sorry, let me not say we. I sound like a Yankee homer. That's going to upset somebody. They're going to call the fan and get tough with me. But like the Yankees were swept by the Mets last year in the regular season, and that still gets held over our head. I'm excited for Friday because that's our first opportunity to be like, shut up. That doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, and if they beat us, it's like their World Series.
So, but we know it's not the World Series. We know they haven't won a World Series since 1986. We know they haven't been to one in a decade. Like, so what? Like, I cannot wait for that game. I cannot wait. I was on Foul Territory today. Free plug for those guys. They do a great show. And they asked, they're like, what's the scene going to be like in Yankee Stadium? You go to a lot of games. I'm like, it is going to be a circus. There's going to be a little bit of everything. It is going to be wild. I'm like, I might show up there at like 2 or 3 o'clock because the traffic is going to be insane. Like if you show up there at 6 o'clock, good luck trying to get in, trying to park, trying to, get food or do any of that. And I'm like, it is going to be the best baseball environment in the country. It's going to like rivalry week. They're calling it. Juan Soto's return to Yankee Stadium. It's up. It's going to be electric. And I can't wait to see it. I'm not afraid of it. Am I a little nervous that like, not for nothing. I said this. Stanton came out during that Diamondback series and told the team, we don't get swept at home. And my mind immediately went, zoop. What if the Mets come here and sweep us? And that was a long way to go. But I'm like, don't put stuff out there like we don't get swept at home. Because like the Mets swept us at home last year. The Reds swept us at home last year. Like,
I have a good feeling about it. I mean, I have a good feeling it's gonna be great. It's gonna feel like a playoff game.
Yeah, I want to actually line up the pitching. I didn't think about that yet. I want to know who's pitching. I gotta, maybe during a break, like do the math and
to keep listening. I was really interested in doing that too. And I was gonna do it, but I was like, you know what? I don't know. But I'll hear out for that. Thank you, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Will. Yeah, see, call me up if you've got some trepidation, you've got some worries, you've got some nervousness about the Subway Series. Like I'll tell you, like what I just told you. Like, don't you want the opportunity to step right up and beat the Mets as a Yankee fan? Mets fans, don't you want the opportunity to beat the Yankees again and extend that regular season streak? Aren't you hoping to see a Juan Soto homer? Aren't you hoping that Juan Soto hits 2 homers? Maybe you're going to the game and you want to take over the building. I remember saying last year that was the worst game. What was it, like 13-2? I'm like, that was worse than watching the Astros come here and beat us in the postseason. I'm like, that was terrible. Some of the negativity and anger and frustration that a couple callers have had towards me, I was seeing Met fans and Yankee fans having that type of back and forth in the seats last year. You shut up. No, you shut the F up. You're not tough. I'm like, oh, man, it's getting crazy out here. It's getting crazy out here. This is New York. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. This is a tough place to make it. Tough place to live. Tough place to be. You got to be tough. 888-808-1019. Anybody want to talk about the Knicks? Because we're allowed to. We can go back to the Knicks. Yeah, let's get another Knick call in. But now I know I opened it for baseball and for Mets and Yankees. We're, tomorrow a week away from the Subway Series. And, everybody's already skipping over the Cubs and the Pirates and the the A's and the Mariners because we know it's on. That's the heavyweight fight live from New York. Jay in North Jersey on the fan. You got it.
KM. Better guys to screen the call. Some of these Long Island guys.
No, Connor knows. See, Connor knows. I've told Connor, because Connor screened a few of these knuckleheads over time. I'm like, send the smoke. I'm like, don't shield me from this. Send them my way.
I got you. So, two points to touch on. First off, on the Knicks, some true gritty Knicks fans got to understand we got away with 2 games. Boston 25 for 100 and 3-pointers. I can't even count that to shoot that many threes. Like, they got away with 2 ugly wins. You know, they got to count their blessings and play some ball. Yeah, we got some guys, McCallion Stallion, they're calling them, Big Body Brunson. You know, it's great. It's going to be live on Saturday, but you know, the job is not even a quarter of the way done. We're trying to knock out these Celtics. You know, that's something everybody's got to realize. Yeah, we're happy. There's blessings. There's celebrations. The job's not even a quarter of the way done to knock these guys out. That's kind of my point on the Knicks, and want to touch on the Yankees, but want to hear your thoughts with that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I arrived at today. And when I did my open, I repeated probably 20 times, the Knicks have to win this series now. And that's me alluding to, like, it's not over. You're up 2 games, and now you're not the underdogs. It's not over. There's no more participation trophy. There's no more good job. Like, now that you're up, you got to finish your food. Now that you're up, you can't let this slip away. Like, you have to advance now. And it's not going to be easy. Like, this team is not going to go quietly into the night. If they do, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, and then on the Yankee point, nobody's talking about this, KM. I want you to start to bring it up now before we get to the series. I'm going to guarantee on that Friday, manager's decision, Soto don't take the field. It'll be a DH. He will not take the field. 760. He's not going to take the field with the bleacher creatures, or there'll be heightened security.
Thanks for the call, Jay. There will be heightened security. I know a lot of security in Yankee Stadium. They'll be ready. They're gonna have a meeting about it, and they don't need to meet about it. They know what time it is, and just don't go to the stadium and be too drunk and be a goofy and do anything to get yourself in trouble. And shout out to actually, like, for the first time, I actually saw the precinct in Yankee Stadium. Shout out to the folks that I met there 2 Fridays ago. I was like, I used to tell people there's a Yankee jail. I never thought I'd see it, but I was escorted. Shout out to the NYPD at Yankee Stadium. I think you're completely wrong about that. The same way I said to Connor, don't ever shield me from like angry or negative or nasty callers. And a lot of these callers don't call up with that energy. They wait on hold for an hour and then they're tough. Then they want to do that. But yeah, the same way I told Connor, don't shield me. Carlos Mendoza's not shielding Juan Soto from that. Why would he do that? Why would he DH Juan Soto? You got other guys you got to DH, 1. And 2, Juan Soto played a whole season in right field last year in Yankee Stadium. He should be comfortable there. He should make every play there, no matter what is said about him, no matter what any signs say, no matter if they boo him, no matter if they turn their back to him or whatever. It's going to be all good. It'll be a great time. Friday night in the Boogie Down. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Last hour of my show coming up. And when we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night, open mic time. And yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out, what the pitching matchup will look like. We'll try and count the days to get to next Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is fun. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Oh.
What is it? Defunct priest?
Oh, defunct.
Yeah. Who's now a gambler.
Well, I think he was always a gambler. That's part of the reason why.
Wait.
Defunct, probably.
Yeah. It's his buddy.
Rob or something?
It's his buddy. He mentions him all the time. All the time. But I mean, like going back years. I think it's like his childhood friend. Yeah. I've seen him talk about, I put in cuts, talking about it on First Take. Talking about, my friend who's used to be a priest, and he's my, gambling guy. And you're like, what?
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city. We got a bunch of big shots and a bunch of tough guys. Tonight's big shot of the night goes to Long Island native Eddie Shantz. Who is that? What teams he play for? He doesn't play for any teams, but he is a fan of your New York Mets. And he was the one that went viral today out at the Vatican. Yes, he's from Syosset. That's like the 8th time I've messed up Syosset. The Syosset native who lives in Comac took a last-minute trip to Rome and became a viral sensation. So I saw this on Twitter. I saw the Mets tweet out, a Mets hat was seen where? And of course, because I troll on Twitter, I'm like, bro, the Yankee hat has been seen in every continent, every country. Anyway, y'all got it, though. Good for you. Yeah, it's a fun little story, a fun little thing to see this guy pop up with his Mets hat. And he went viral. And Tim Healy wrote that he went to Italy on such short notice that some of his people didn't know he was there until he showed up on TV. So he is the man today. He's the talk of the town today, especially among Met fans. 888-808-1019. Obviously, there's no Nick game on, so we couldn't give that to. I think last night I gave it to Tom Thibodeau. I'm like, we got to build up the coach. I mean, this guy was talked about as being fired a week ago, and now he's got these guys up 2 games halfway to the Eastern Conference Finals. I mean, speaking of 2 games have been played in the Western semis, and Ant-Man, he's all smiles. He came back. So Minnesota defeats the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, they don't have Steph Curry. They blow them out, 117-93. Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, the T-Wolves get a win to even up that series. Back to the phones we go. I had to run to the bathroom, so I did not count up the the days and the starts. I'm sure somebody listening out there already has it, but it's TBD right now, and I'm sure we could, we're not that far away. It's only a week from tomorrow out. I'm sure we could quickly figure out. Maybe Connor could help me out, figure out who is going to be pitching in the Subway Series if no one gets scratched and all goes as planned. I think the only thing that's going to trip us up, TBD Sunday. I'm expecting the Yankees to throw Ryan Yarbrough out at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. And then Saturday is Rodon. Will Warren is Friday. Monday, Tuesday. Well, I don't have the time to do it. Maybe I'll do it next break, but somebody probably at home is a little, doing a little work on it. So let's get back to the phones and we'll figure out who we think will be pitching for the Subway Series, Mets versus Yankees, a week from tomorrow in the Bronx. Moose is in Jamaica on the fan again. What's up, Moose?
What it do?
You're, hanging out.
I'm here to talk Knicks and Yankees. If you know, I did place $100 bet on the Knicks to win in 6. It's kind of looking shaky, but not in the reason most people would anticipate, considering I was stacked enough, bold enough to actually put money on the Knicks. But like I said, I was looking at the tail of the tape. Styles make fights. 4 guys for 3.5 in terms of people that can get their own basket on a regular basis, make tough shots, and full complement of stars. Injuries from Boston.
You can just say it on air. Hold on.
That if the Knicks can actually play some defense and they can use the chuck up threes that the Boston Celtics do, if they don't make them, they'll probably win the series. Because it's a make or miss league. But then the Yankee game, considering what I said coming off the loss on Monday, when I spoke to you about Tuesday, because I went to the game Tuesday, Devin Williams being a panhandle. But like I said, the reason why we got him is exactly what we saw in the 10th inning Wednesday. Like, he struck out the side. Yeah, the bases loaded, man for man. But push comes to shove, he threw his best pitch. It was not going to be touched. That's why we got him. So we have to give him credit. You said you owe him an apology. I guess I am an apology too. I'm sorry for doubting him. But once again, I think there's something else at play with Devin Williams, maybe distracting him. But overall, Keith, I'm happy for the Knicks. I'm a Knicks fan just like you. So when Durant, as you remember, this size 44 shoe pretty much prevented us.
I was there.
So, but I'm like you, Keith. I'm happy for the Knicks fans who were struggling for 2 decades with an organization that passed up on Steph Curry and drafted so many players that aren't even playing in Europe right now because for some reason it took Leon Rose, somebody who was a former superstar agent, sort of aficionado of the league, to rectify the start. And Jalen Brunson, just because the Mavs didn't want to pay him starter money, gave him starter money, and now he's he is the best clutch player in the league, and you're seeing that. So the Knicks are well on their way, and even if the Knicks
Thanks for the call, Moose. 888-808-1019. I understand it's hard for people to do that with rivalries. I understand it's hard for people to do that because they feel like, hey, I'm a fan of the rival team in the city. I'm supposed to hate, and to each his own. And you can. I can only speak for myself, really. I can ask Net fans to stand down because I just think we're completely like punching up and hating against so many people, and it's like it just doesn't even kind of work. But yeah, for the most part, it's just like I'm letting people enjoy things, and my fandom does not matter, especially like I've said, I'm hosting a show. Yeah, the Brooklyn Nets games are aired on this network, and like I'm a Nets fan, but the Nets are eliminated. Like, it doesn't have to be about the Nets. It is about the Knicks across the entire NBA. And it's about Knicks fans that have been waiting for this, that knew, hey, one day we're going to get a squad. One day we're going to get a team. One day we're going to be perennial contenders. I feel like that's what the Met fan is in right now. You have a squad. You are going to be perennial contenders. You have superstars. You have the right owner, the right president of baseball operations, the right manager, and you're going to see consistent success. You're going to see consistent winning. Connor did a little work on, I guess, the, guesstimate, the projected starters for the Subway Series. Connor, go ahead and lay that on us, at least what you counted up on what you think.
So the probables for next weekend, Friday, will be Carlos Rodon against Tyler McGill. Saturday, Clark Schmidt against Griffin Canning. And then Sunday, Max Fried against David Peterson. So a little bit of a pitching edge for the Yankees, you would think.
Oh, I like this kind of party. Yeah. Damn, I wasn't going to go Sunday, and I already told myself I got to go to every free day, so I guess I got to go to all 3 games now. I was planning on going Friday and Saturday. Now I got to weasel my way into all 3 games. I don't know how I'm going to pull that off. Maybe I just go Friday and Sunday. I don't know how I'm pulling it off. Now I'm thinking about it because this is it. It doesn't get any bigger and better in New York for baseball fans, for people that cover the game, that watch the game, go to the games, and then that. Rodon, Schmidt, Fried versus McGill, Canning, and Peterson. Rodon versus McGill. I'm giving the advantage to the Yankees just off that. Then Schmidt versus Canning. I'm not even going to sleep on Griffin Canning. Like,
The lefty, they sit Soto, tough matchup.
They're not going to sit Soto. But, I mean, the Yankees are the ones that have had trouble with the Mets left-handed. That was the whole thing last year. Carlos Mendoza knew his left-handed pitchers were going to give us problems. Remember, they moved Severino. But this is going to be great. Fried versus Peterson on Sunday. Is this Sunday night baseball? I would assume it is, because you know how geeked up they are for this, Subway Series. Yeah, it's 7 p.m. on ESPN, and then it's 1:05 on SNY and Yes on Saturday, and then it's 7:05 on Pix and Yes on Friday. Maybe I skip Saturday's game and just go to the 2 night games. I don't know, man. First off, I don't have any tickets. I bet I have some. I bet I have one. I bet I have at least one. And we got to boom the roll call. We got to hold down our sections. We got to heckle Juan Soto. And creatively, the F Juan Soto is just like F Trae Young, F the Celtics, FMB. Like, that's corny. I haven't been in there and caught the F Juan Soto chant. I saw the shirts. I haven't joined in on any F Juan Soto chants or none of that. I won't. I might boo his ass, but I just think that's fun. Like, he comes back, runs out, and he's not running out from the right side. He's not running out from the home dugout. He's coming out all the way across from the visitor dugout. He's going to hear them boos the whole way. Boo, you're a bum. Boo, you chose the Mets. Boo, Juan Soto. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. Let me know if you guys are going. Maybe you got a ticket for me. Bruce is in Flushing on the Fan again. Hello, Bruce.
Hey, Chief. A couple of Yankee points and this point. But before I get to that, it's supposed to pour all day on Friday. So I double-checked the weather forecast.
Yeah, so that means the Yankees will delay the game 30 minutes and they'll play through the rain.
Well, I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. Now, for the Yankees point. If you're going to call up this radio station, especially this show, you need to know what you're talking about. The reason why Brian Cashman, and you can criticize Brian Cashman for various things, but not for trading Ramirez. Number one, he is a bad defensive catcher. And if you're so worried about catches, well, to inform that man and the rest of the Yankee fans, the Yankees have 2 catchers in AAA who are hitting over 300. Alex Johnson and name Rodriguez. That's the fact. They have a kid at Double A who is probably better than both of them, and his name is Rafael Flores, and he's a good defensive catcher and he's got power. So the Yankees have plenty of catchers. Third of all, that puts the team to forget that Jazz helped the Yankees go to the World Series last year. So whatever Ramirez is going to be, it was worth the trade. That's number one.
Agreed. We've gotten a pretty good return from what Jazz Chisholm is and what he's brought into the team for Augustin Ramirez.
Also, to let you know, Pereira is starting to hit at AAA. He's hitting 295, 7 home runs, and 18 RBIs. So just to keep people information in mind. Did you see the item in the article in the paper the other day when Schmidt was pitching and they had a conference on the mound? Every single person was either a Yankee draftee or a guy they brought into the minor league system. You had Cabrera, Volpe.
Yeah, that's cool when you think about it. Yeah.
Ice, and Warren. So for all those people who said the Yankee farm system is bad, it's gotten better over the last couple of years.
Yeah. We've got a good future, man. We've got a lot of young guys that are playing homegrown talent, and that's going to enable us to, once some of this money comes off the books, go ahead and land some of the big fish and guys in the next coming years, and obviously extend this window of Judge being a little older, Cole being a little older, Stanton being a little older. I mean, before we know it, Stanton's money's going to be off the books, so I'm not worried, and I'm not mad at Cashman right now. I'm really not. I know in my heart of hearts that he is not going to just let this rotation be whatever it is, and like he's not wasting this year. This is another year to get back to the World Series and try and win it.
Now, as far as the Knicks, it's nice to see when a general manager has a plan and it works. He brought in specific guys, OG, the guy, backcourt guy, we gave 5 draft picks, and people said, "Oh my God, we get 5 draft picks," but he fit the team. He fit the coach's plans. The one thing I've seen over the last couple of years is that Leon Rose brings in players that fits the coaching style and the coaching system. And you have to give credit to Leon Rose for that.
Yeah, we need to start giving more credit because here in New York, thanks for the call, Bruce. I was saying it last night. I'm like, it's like we build you up to break you down, or maybe we're breaking you down to build you up, or I don't really know what the psychosis is. We eat our own. We're super critical. I was listening to BT and Sal talk about it, like, as fans, because people want to say to BT, like, no, you didn't believe in this team. You can't celebrate this now. Like, what? First off, and that's another thing too about like us being a radio host. It's our job to have an opinion and have a take. And yeah, you can be a fan of a team, but that doesn't mean you let that blind your thoughts and your critiques of your opinion. Like, you can't be scared, and you can admit you're wrong. Like I said I was out on Devin Williams being a high leverage reliever or closer or pitching late in the game. Now I'm like, I apologize. You can't be out. But I was just, being a fan. Same thing with, BT and Sal, and they were talking about, some of their takes on the Mets, on the Knicks, and it's just like, it's okay. This is New York. It is hyper focused on sports because we do want to win. We do got to give credit where credit is due. What I was saying last night when I gave Tom Thibodeau the big shot of the night, I'm like, man, let the respect be louder than the disrespect. If you want to call this guy out for all of these things and call for his job, and now he has been, the driver of the car that has driven you to a 2-0 lead on the Boston Celtics and given you 2 of the greatest nights of your Knicks fandom, like, so give it up. Give props to the guy. We'll continue to do that when we come back. I'm running out of time. It's wide open for your calls on the Knicks, on the Yankees, on the Mets. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Back right after this. All right. Got to post, man. Where was I at with this shit? No. Okay. I I'm having so much fun tonight. But I always have fun doing this. Um, like it all this stuff to me is harmless as I like, bring the close up in. Um, you know, even like some of the negative callers and the people that have called with smoke and negativity and aggression, they'll never see me. And if they do see me, they're not gonna do shit. Like that's another thing too. Like I'm not a tough guy. I'm not trying to be a tough guy. I'm a nice guy. Like, I'm cool with everybody, right? But I'm also not a bitch. Like, I'm not gonna ever let anybody just disrespect me over the phone, online, in person. I just wasn't raised like that. Like, I don't fear any man. I fear God, homie. Like, I'm just like, that's just how I'm wired. That's how I'm built. And if you want to take it to that level, like, I'm not looking to fight nobody. Like, what are we talking about? I'm a married man with a son. I'm a radio host. I'm not a boxer. It's been over 10 years since I was arrested for assault. And like, I don't brag about ever being in fights and being arrested, but like I lived that life where you go out and things happen and you end up either in jail or the hospital. I don't ever want to have one of those nights again. My wife would be super disappointed. My mom would be super disappointed. My son wouldn't know, but if my son found out that dada was out there street fighting with somebody, like come on, like putting myself in danger and harm's way, I got too much to lose. But this stuff is not that. Um, when I go out, people show me love. And also when I go out, people have my back. So like I know I'm protected and I'm also covered by God. So like when people call up with that energy like, "Oh yeah, like, what are you doing? You think you're this or that," or like really the second caller, right? And it was provoked by the other caller because it was three calls. The first caller was saying like, "Oh, you talk too much about your family and your life. We want to hear about sports." I talk about sports just as much, if not more, than everybody on the station. And on top of that, the next caller said basically like, yeah, that guy was just being tough over the phone. And I'm like, yo, I never meet anybody with the energy that like I get online or on the phone. Like nobody's ever tough like that. And I said, I wonder why. Cause like you get a different reaction out of me. There'll be different repercussions for like anybody that you disrespect in person. So then that prompted the next guy to be like, and you guys didn't hear it because I dumped the call, but he literally was like, no matter how tough you think you are, there's always somebody tougher. So shut the F up. And I'm like, bro, that's how you're calling the fan? That's how you're calling live radio in New York to talk to the host? And he sounded like somebody's dad. And I'm somebody's dad, but he sounded like he was 50 years old. So people are tripping. It's New York. As it gets hotter outside in New York, people lose their minds. As the Knicks win more games, people don't know how to act. I do want to try and figure out tell me something cool. Let me see if I got anything. Yeah, and it's funny, right? Because like I listened to WFAN earlier today, and like Evan and Loogie were joking about like how tough the fans were in Boston, and I heard this lady call and tell her side of the story, and like Evan and Loogie were projecting like, oh, we're wimps. Oh, like we wouldn't fight, or like we would need help. Like I would never project like that. I could never put that energy out like I'm some type of bitch. Like I could never act like I'm some type of hoe. I'm not. Like, and like, good for them, whatever, because that's how they live and that's their truth. But like, that's not setting the precedent for me. Like, I'm not getting on air acting like I'm scared of anybody. You know, they were talking about like, oh, if it goes down, like I've been at stadiums, I've been at games where it's gone down at, like, you know, sound like that's a Met fan. Both of them. And yeah, there's always haters. It comes with the territory. I'm so used to it. We definitely heard that. Word. I love hearing about your 2-year-old son. God bless. Thank you. I've honestly stopped talking about my son because I'm like, I don't want to subject him to any of this nonsense because people don't know how to act. So appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Grisham's better is a good chance. Yeah, Grisham's better. Yeah, I like that. I might have to put that one in the back pocket. I'll be at the Sunday night game for Subway Series. I think I'm going to try and go to Friday and Sunday. Give him the roll call when he turns around and chant sellout. F1 Soto is inevitable. Rice is better is a good chant. Ben Hess. 6 2/3 innings pitch, 9 Ks, giving up 1 hit. Yeah, he's trying to come up. Is Sunday the night game? Friday and Sunday. Mets have the brightest long-term future in NYC, in my opinion. Yeah, if any of us could predict the future, you know, the world would be a lot different if any one person could predict it. In theory, yeah, they have a rich owner, they have a young president of baseball operations, they have a good manager, they have a good team and long contracts. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. 888-808-1019. Let me get through these calls, man. I got like 30 minutes left, not even. Keith McPherson on the fan. I told y'all in the beginning of the show this was going to be an instant classic. I told you this was going to be fun tonight. I had too much fun. Hopefully you had as much fun as I had. You know, before the break, I said make sure that the respect is louder than the disrespect for the Knicks head coach. And you just got to give it up for a guy that, you know, people are very critical of. They talk about the minutes police and, you know, how many minutes he plays as players. And now these guys are in better condition, better shape than their opponents. And they've gotten tougher and they're up 2-0 in the series. So props to Tibbs. And he's definitely coming back next year. And if he pulls this one off, like, he's goated. Give him the extension to be here as long as he wants. Jeff is in Westchester, next on the fan. Go for it, Jeff.
Before I do, I want to just say you bring it every night with your consistency and how you handle the callers and your personality and how you weave it all in together. And I speak for many when I say that we want to hear you continue to talk about that ancillary stuff mixed in, you know, with the sports, the stuff that makes you so relatable, including your family, including, you know, your podcast, previous, you know, job experience, you to this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to ask you quick before I.
Thank you, but yes.
Sure, I know you're a big rap fan. Are you familiar with if I name 1 or 2 or 3 R&B soul groups? Could you let me know if you're at all familiar with them?
Perhaps. Go for it.
Oh, all right. One is Shalimar. One is DeBarge, and the final one is SOS Band.
DeBarge, yes. Not Shalimar, and the S.
To remember, get ready.
Make this a night to remember. I know that one, yeah.
You know it. Yeah. Love it. I love it. And here's my next question. Can't argue with you. It would seem that Thibodeau's job is pretty sealed now, but somehow, call me crazy, but somehow if the Knicks cannot seal the deal in this series, will there be any kind of backlash, do you think, enough to create a stir in possibly with the thought that maybe this coach is solid as he is, but just cannot get a really good team over the hump, or has he crossed over to that where his job is now
secure with 2 wins against the world champions. I'm going to hang up. I love you and take good.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the love and even the sidebar stuff. And it's funny. I think I keep it to sports more than anybody here. Like honestly, I listen to the shows and I'm like, I think I kind of drill the like sports takes and keep it there. I really don't. Like I'm kind of like, once in a while I'll weave in certain things that I feel like just build. I don't know, whatever, yo. I really don't care. We're straight on this, but yeah, with Tibbs, let's talk through it. If they blow it, if it's Celtics in 6, if they lose the next 4 games, no, I think he's safe. I don't imagine they'll lose 4 in a row, and I don't imagine it'll be on him. When he didn't use the timeout in Detroit, was it that he didn't use the timeout in Detroit or no? I think it was he didn't get Brunson and Hart back into the game. I think that's when the noise got the loudest, and he just said coach's decision, and it was a coach's decision, and it didn't cost them much. It cost them a game, but like they were able to advance. I just think this guy has shown you and done enough. And here's the biggest thing before we get back to the phones. These are his guys. Brunson is his guy. You think Brunson wants him out the door? You think Karl-Anthony Towns wants him out of the door? Him and Josh Hart have gotten to some back and forth, but this is their coach. This is their guy. And even Mikal Bridges, who questioned some of his methods, Mikal Bridges has played a whole season under him now. And I know the grass for Mikal Bridges is much greener on this side of New York than it was on the other side. Like, I just think he's safe, man. And I don't think they're losing 4 in a row. And even if they do, I don't think it'll be on him. But this is New York. This is the fan. Somebody's going to call and be like, hey, he should go. And I think also the noise got louder because Taylor Jenkins from the Grizzlies got fired, and then Mike Malone got fired, and it started to be like, oh, well, if these coaches are available and if they're getting chopped, like, this guy can go too. But no, I think Tom Thibodeau is safe. Ralph is in Brooklyn next on the fan. What's up, Ralph?
Hey, what's doing? I just wanted to ask you what you thought about Knicks Game 3. The Knicks have been playing awesome, and I think that the Celtics have kind of been in a little bit of a slum lately. But they're back in the Garden these days. Game 3 coming up, so it's going to be a surprise. I want to know what you think about it.
Yeah, quickly here on Game 3, I think it is a must-win for both teams. Obviously, the Celtics can't go down 3-0. And as the whole thought that I opened with, the Knicks have to win this series now. You know what helps you ensure that you're going to win the series? Getting that first win here and going up 3. Because then, like, honestly, you could lose the next 2 and be straight. And, I mean, the Knicks got to get a win at home. It's been too long. Do you understand what Saturday night in New York will turn into if the Knicks go up 3-0 and win that game? I'm not, just say less. Just you are like, come on. I already said it's going to be a festival. It's going to be crazy. They're going to shut traffic down over there. If the Knicks can go up 3-0 on the almighty defending champions and win that first game in the Garden, the place is going to explode. It's going to be crazy. People are going to be partying all through the night into the next day. And how I honestly think it's going to go, I think the Celtics are going to come out pissed off, locked in, dialed in, and the Knicks are going to have to try to withstand some of that. But like they're going to have to try and like weather that. But we've already seen them overcome 20-point deficits. If the Celtics aren't 100% locked and dialed in and they let it stay close, it's going to play into the Knicks' hand, as it seems every game plays into the Knicks' hand in the fourth quarter, except for the one where Brunson and Hart were not in the game. Reggie in White Plains, hello. You're next on the fan.
Fan, what's going on?
Bringing it home.
Absolutely. Do you think Francesa ever cared about the haters? Now look at him. He's winning.
No, and I don't care either. That's why I talk to him on the phone. I talk to him online. I don't really talk to many of them in real life. It comes with the territory. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. I get it. Like, I understand why they mad at me. I don't know them, though.
Okay, that's brilliant. Listen, 2 things I love your opinion on. George Steinbrenner's life. Think about it. Some people want things, cars, yachts, whatever. Some want land, property. Some want women, whatever. George wanted that feeling of getting a chip. It consumed him. And, Hal grew up a winner. But I think last year, after they won the pennant in Cleveland, I saw what I needed to do from Hal. He
he wanted to. I mean, that's just how I feel about it. He's all in too, so that was good to see. Also, one more thing. Every winter, I buy a few fun games, like one every month. Bring a friend. My boy just canceled on me next Saturday versus the Mets. Now, my wife is showing interest. I got a 6-year-old daughter that's kind of getting into it. You know, she loves Judge. Or do I just hit the Sawmill, Henry Hudson, the Deegan, the Harlem River Lot, and get crazy with a different friend? What do you think?
I don't know if you want to bring the wife or the child into this environment. I know it's a day game, but I don't know if this is one of them family-friendly day games against the Kansas City Royals or something. Like, you might want to bring one of your homies. You might want to bring one of your boys, have a couple beers, get some laughs in, watch the game, see some shenanigans, and make sure you get home safe.
I know bringing my 6-year-old daughter into that would be crazy, but I think she would finally get it, and it would like be a crazy experience for her. But I think you're right. I think I gotta maybe wait.
What I was going to say what section you're in, but it doesn't matter. And I don't know. My son is banned. My son, he went to the first Saturday game. It was that warm game, and the Yankees scored 20 runs, and he was eating food off the ground. He was touching everybody. He was running around, and I'm like, dude, I'm missing the homers. I'm like, you're banned. You can't come back to the stadium. I don't know what it's like to have a 6-year-old yet, but I would imagine that like she's right at the age where she is getting it, but like, you also may want to shield her from some of the people that don't get it, like adults that don't get it. They don't know how to behave.
I feel you. Yeah. Spot on. Good stuff, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Reggie. Yeah, I like what you said about Hal, too. Hal Steinbrenner offered Juan Soto $760 million. The end. Like, they went and got Soto, and he actually put $760 million in an offer for a player that he knows and you know and I know is not better than Aaron Judge. That would have been blocking Aaron Judge from playing his true position. That, like, honestly, we wouldn't have Max Fried, and this team would look a lot different if we did that. And, the whole universe would be different. It worked out for both sides. I'm happy for him that he's a Met and that the Mets landed their guy. But, like, when we talk about Hal Steinbrenner and George Steinbrenner, they have owned the Yankees at complete different times. They are different guys, but I don't question whether Hal wants to win or not. I think they all want to win in the Yankees organization. I think they all want to win. I think that the way that they lost last year hurts, and it's separate from the money. They're gonna win. They're winning the money game. They're gonna win with ticket sales, with merchandise. The Yankee brand is built. Doesn't need a refresh. They're always gonna be competitive. They want to win, and like being competitive, always being in it gives you an opportunity. I pray this is the year. I've said on the fan, I don't think the Yankees are winning the World Series. I don't think the Mets are winning the World Series. I don't think the Dodgers are winning it either. I think we're going to get some random team that just, it might be the Cubs. It might be, who knows, it might be the Diamondbacks. Like, I think some random team is just going to get hot. But like, what I really want is the Yankees to get in the dance, whether they're the first place team or a wild card team, and Judge to put the team on his back. Like, I want this to be the Judge redemption year. And there are enough characters and guys around him. Like, it ain't just going to be him. Like I mentioned last night, like last night's game, they did not need Judge to save the day. That wasn't Judge heroics. That wasn't Judge hitting a homer to break it open. That wasn't Judge. Like, Judge's on-base streak ended, and he misplayed a ball in right field, which that ball was smoked. That was a tough little play. But ultimately, it was a team win, and it was the game of the year because we were getting no hit, and we went from a no-hitter to like, no, we're not losing this game. A belly bomb. And shout out to Aaron Boone too, and the moves that he made, everything, man, from the bullpen to putting Grisham in there to having Cabrera bunt after Cabrera laid down he laid down a correct bunt after he had popped one up the other day, and JC Escarra with the sac fly, Dominguez walk, like that was a win that said a lot about this team. And they had lost some games, unfortunately, that they had late, and they had lost some series. But them taking that series from a good Padres team, I think that was a huge morale boost. And it wasn't just because of the best player in the game. Mike out on Staten Island. You're on the fan next. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hi Keith, what's up? First of all, I've been a big Schmoozer fan. I didn't know who could fill in this role. Thank you so much for keeping it going here on the fan.
Thank you. And I don't know if you know, but the Schmooze has his Me Here, You There podcast now, and that's...
Oh, wow. No, I didn't know.
Yeah, so that's why he was in here the other day, and I got to chat with him. Shout out to Rosie, who Well, he wasn't. I didn't chat with him on air. He was in here recording his podcast. It's available now if you just check wherever you get podcasts. Search Steve Summers, Me Here, You There, Odyssey. But he was here, and when I heard he was here, I told Rosie like, "Hey, I was live on air, but I was like, make sure I get to see him and talk to him." And I got to connect with him for a few minutes, and yeah, it was great. So I'm blessed that I got the opportunity to follow him. Let's say to follow up after him. Yes.
Yeah, so anyways, I had the opportunity last night to go to the Yankees game. I took my kids. It was our first Yankees game, so that was a blessing. And I did not know how it obviously was gonna play out. It was so much drama in that little small game over there. But obviously the biggest cheering that went on was when those Knicks won the game, and everyone just like I remember the guys just looking around like, what the heck just happened? Everyone was just like cheering. And what's ironic is that I was sitting next to the guy who was watching the game on his phone. I'm like, you want to just check? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then I'm just talking to him, and he turns out he's a Celtics fan. I'm like, dude, you're lucky I didn't drink yet because if I'm drinking,
there was a Celtics fan in my section. I saw a couple of these goofies walking around with Celtics. Like, I don't.
Fuck, I said, why are you a Celtics fan?
Was he wearing Celtics gear? The guy was wearing Celtics gear.
Under his hoodie, he had the Celtics gear.
Why would you do that? I don't understand why these guys would show up to Yankee Stadium. Just hide. They don't want to hide. They like want to be seen, and then they got harassed.
I was with my family, so I couldn't, I had to behave. So, but it was really awesome. I just personally, the best part also of the Yankees game, I felt was giving me assurance from Devin Williams in that tight spot, which I had no confidence in, obviously, and it just obviously turned out that it looks like he's got his stuff back, and hopefully this is going to jumpstart him further to be able to. Listen, I don't know, get the closer role. That's going to take much more time to actually solidify, but at least to be that solid setup man for Luke. I mean, that's a big.
Yeah. He doesn't have to go back to the closer spot, but he's got to be high leverage. I know I had said, I was like, I don't want to see him in with a lead again. He wasn't in with a lead, but he was crucial to setting us up to walk that off. I mean, he struck out Fernando Tatis on 3 pitches, and
that strikeout, he was pumped.
Yeah, because I just know, and like that too kind of made me give the guy a break. Like, this guy is human. This guy wants to be good. He's a competitor. It's a huge shift in his life, and he knows he's been dominant, and he hasn't been. But he said in that last outing, like he felt like he was getting it back. But he had some walks, and like that's what he's got. He's got to limit the walks. Just fill up the zone, man, and don't be worried about like anything like giving up homers or whatever.
Yeah, and credit to Boone for trusting him. That's the bottom line.
Boone is going to do that because, like, Boone is a baseball guy, and we've seen it forever. I think I was going back and forth online with Big Mac. I'm like, man, we've seen this from Zach Britton to Andrew Heaney to Clay Holmes to, like, they're gonna keep trying to put these guys. If they let Clay Holmes blow 13 saves last year, you can bet your ass they're gonna keep throwing Devin Williams out there in the 8th inning or in the 7th inning or in a high leverage spot last night in the 10th.
Yeah. Bottom line, it was a great night, both Knicks side and Yankees side. So hopefully let's keep in the city. I felt like the whole city coming together in that stadium. It was just like so much energy.
You did. It was a movie. Thanks for the call, Mike. I had a tweet that did numbers. My boy Gabe, who was with me, I didn't even realize Gabe's video went viral. A lot of outlets posted it, and I'm in it. So like when he pans and he shows Yankee Stadium and he shows the phone, it's my phone, and you hear me. I go, Bridges again. When Bridges made the play, I'm like, Bridges again. And he told me NBC reached out, and like, yeah, it's just one of those magical moments in sports in a city like New York where, like, we didn't know that was going to happen, man. We didn't know. None of us went there. We went there to go see Max Fried and the Yankees hopefully take the rubber match, but everybody that I talked to was Knicks. There were let's go Knicks chants before the game started. But then I'm telling you, once the game started, there was somebody in every section looking down at their phone. You can do both. I did both. I watched the whole game. And I said last night, it kind of helped us. Dylan Cease kind of helped us out. He was pitching a no-no for, almost 7 innings. So he let us watch pretty much the whole Knick game because we were just looking up and dun, 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 dun. It was like, we couldn't get anything going. But what was going was New York was going. And like, man, it's just special to see, again, strangers all focus on the same thing. Like, sports unites us. It doesn't matter where you're from, what nationality you are, what race, what religion, what background, any of that. None of that matters. All that mattered was we're in Yankee Stadium tonight. We're physically in New York tonight. The Knicks are playing the Celtics, and they have a chance to win. Like, I'm giving people updates. I'm like, they're down 20. I'm like, this might be it. I'm putting notes together. I'm like, this was the turning point. And then I'm like, no, here's another turning point. Now they're down 12. Now they're coming back. Like, it's a night you won't remember. It's like a scene out of a movie. And that's great that you took your kids to the first game, and like that was what was going on. And yeah, it was special. I just saw the Shea podcast on Instagram, because these Mets fans always try to make fun of me or whatnot. But I like it. I enjoyed it. It gives me good engagement, and Elon Musk sends me like $50 a month because of it. But yeah, the Shea Less podcast goes, Keith McPherson saying the Knicks basically inspired the Yankees to win last night is comical. I go, Keith didn't say that at all. You boys hear what you want. What I said was like some type of cosmic energy traveled down from Massachusetts to Yankee Stadium, and then the Yankees obviously know what's going on. They know that the Knicks are playing. They know that the stadium is not erupting because they went down 3-1. They know that the fans are chanting, and then the Yankees put up the final score bug, 91-90, and everybody cheered and chanted, "Let's go Knicks." And then the Yankees literally took that energy into extra innings and walked it off, their first walk-off of the season. You don't think those two things are connected? Maybe they weren't. But either way, I was glad to be a part of it. I was glad to see, both wins. The Knicks need, let's see, Lewis is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up, Lewis?
This brings back the old rivalry. I remember, growing up listening to Marv Albert on the radio, me and my brother, with Dave DeBuscher, Earl Cole Monroe, Willis Reed, Walt Clyde Frazier, Bill Bradley, against Larry Bird, John Havlicek. I hope I got the names right. Those were the real, wow, it was amazing. But coming to this rivalry, the Knicks, like you say, this third game is so critical because if they win, they're going to put panic in the Celtics facing elimination. If the Celtics get this third game, they're back in it. And the Knicks are not great in the Garden. They're better on the road. So this third game is critical. Do you agree?
It's huge. It could be the deciding thing. Like if this series swings in favor of the Celtics, it's because they take this game. If this series is going to end with the Knicks advancing, it's because they go up 3-0 and they're like, all we got to do is get one more out of these. They're not going to come back from 3-0. Like it's huge. It's huge. And I think the NBA wants this thing to go 7. But I'm not going to get on the mic and say that the Celtics are going to it's inevitable that the Celtics are going to make their shots. Although eventually the Celtics are going to come alive. I thought that in the first game. And then I thought that again in the second game. I can only go off of what we've seen in the first 2 games. The Knicks have the upper hand. They don't flinch.
But they can't go down by 20 points and always expect a comeback.
I don't think they do. You know what it is, Lewis? It's not so much that they go down and expect to come back. They go down and they don't panic. Mikal Bridges said that they were talking on the bench like, whatever, we've been here before. Like, we know what we got to do. We got to get stops, which they do, wing stop. They play defense, and we got to hit shots. And then little by little, they start to come back, and the arena starts to feel it, and the Celtics start to feel it, and those Knicks fans in the arena start to feel it, and the next thing you know, what happens, and it's like, here we are. They're here again.
I heard a caller say that, the Knicks are going to win in 5. I don't think so. I think it's going to go down to maybe 6.
But it's on the table. The Celtics can't win in 5 anymore. That was the most popular prediction. The most popular prediction was Celtics in 5, that the Knicks would get 1.
No, but someone was saying that the Knicks will win in 5.
There was a group of about 40 Knicks fans in TD Garden last night chanting Knicks in 4. So like we'll see Saturday. Lewis, how you feeling about George Pickens?
You tell me.
Okay, I will. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. George Pickens is a knucklehead, but he's also a freak athlete. And I know when I watched him at Georgia and when he came out, I always love his draft day video, how he was looking at the screen. I'm like, oh, this dude is on demon time. He's going to come into the league. He's going to tear it up. But he ain't had a quarterback. He had Kenny Pickett. He was drafted with Kenny Pickett. He had Mason Rudolph. He had Justin Fields, barely. And he had a little bit of rapport with Justin Fields. Then he got going with Russell Wilson. Then he was hurt last year. And people want to lean into like, his antics and fighting with DBs or whatever. This is a guy that can beat one-on-one coverage. He's fast. He's got hands. He's got freakish athletic ability. He's also going into his, free agent year. This is a prove-it year for him. Dak Prescott is going to get him the ball, and CeeDee Lamb is going to be open underneath. I think you're crazy if you don't think it could work. The Dallas Cowboys always have edgy players. They always have knuckleheads. They always have a couple guys. They need more of them, honestly. This is the exact type of player that they add to that locker room. He don't want to talk to the media. All he wants is the ball. And now the Cowboys have Jaden Blue in that backfield. I don't know if they're going to go after Nick Chubb, but they signed Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders and Jaden Blue, the rookie out of Texas. I think that's enough to start. And CeeDee Lamb can't do it all on his own. Now it's CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. They can make a hell of a duo. Dak Prescott has never had a better duo. Dak Prescott was throwing to Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb. Dak Prescott was throwing to Brandon Cooks and CeeDee Lamb. They say Dak Prescott's in the best shape of his life. He's on his second kid already. He's, he kind of said it with his chest about, like, go look at my record against the Eagles. It's going to be a fun football season. We'll get there. But right now it's basketball, baseball. Let's get back to the basketball and the talk around the New York Knicks. Mike in Flatbush, you got it. You're on.
Keith, what's up, my man?
Last few minutes, bringing it home, finishing strong.
Respect. I have twins. That's why I got back into sports, listening to sports radio, because I have 2.5-year-old twin girls. And I was just thinking today how I'm looking around, everybody's on the ball field. I live in Flatbush by the parade ground, so there's tons of like baseball being played now. It's summer, or it feels that way. And I'm just thinking as I'm pushing the stroller, like, I can't wait to be able to trust them moving around in the world with me, where I'm not like, I don't have a stroller, or, just kind of like.
God bless you, bro.
Into a ball game, that'll be next level. It's just like you're unlocking things throughout childhood, but respect. And I love when you tell, any story. And by the way, going back to the way that you narrated just now, the Yankees being at the Yankee game and then, plugging into the Knicks, that's dope. That's a good way to tell a story. So respect. That's why I keep tuning in. But I guess I missed the fireworks earlier tonight.
Yeah. If you want, you can go back on the free Odyssey app and rewind. I forget the callers' names already. Their names weren't worthy of saying again, but I don't even know what time it was. I think it made for good radio. I think it made for, like, everybody can't give me flowers. Everybody can't call and tell me I'm the best. Everybody can't call and say they love my show. Like, somebody's got to try to be a detractor. I'm ready for that.
I jumped in just who said don't go to the Garden on Saturday? Like,
oh, I don't know. Who that caller was, like, basically saying that Knicks fans have been terrible for so long, and now they're acting new. Now they're acting out, and like, basically that they're still gonna lose, and like, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't even bother going to the Garden because you're gonna lose that game, and you haven't won anything in all this time. And that's when I was like, what are we talking about? I had to let him go. I'm like, I don't get that energy. And he tried to, like, position it. I think the first thing he said is like, what if your wife was mad at you and not talking to you for like 3 weeks, and then she started talking? I'm like, 3 weeks is mad long. I'm like, if it changed like that, I'd be like, what did I accidentally do, or what's going on, or like, is there something up? But yeah, it didn't. The call didn't land for me.
Well, I mean, I wish if I was, single and I could move around like that, I would be there on Saturday. Shout out to Subway DJ on IG. He's the guy who played Mo Bamba, and NYP they took his speaker.
Oh wow, yeah, they got to do that.
That Subway DJ, he's the best.
Because that Mo Bamba incites riots. They got to take the speaker. Shout out to DJ Monopoly. Me and Dan go back years when I used to DJ. And I remember he's a Knicks fan. I remember him saying one day he was going to DJ at the Garden. He now DJs at the Garden and does the watch parties. He was out there last night. He's living the dream. Shout out to DJ Monopoly.
2 more quick things. I know you got to jump, but like Mike and the Mad Dog, Mike was mentioned, and George was a couple callers ago. I just was listening to the 1990 or 91 interview where they had Steinbrenner on, and man, he was at his lowest power there.
the 80s were not, even though we kept saying, well, the Yankees have won the most, and they're pushing back. That Mike and the Mad Dog were kind of, they did not sugarcoat it. So I recommend people go on YouTube and look that up. It's an hour with George.
I've heard it.
Before they started building, I did hear Stick Michael's name, but other people I didn't recognize. Last thing, it's crazy to me that Joe Mazzulla is now on the chopping block. Like, they had Sporting News.
Yeah, I saw that too. If they blow this series, could he get fired?
Just people like the writer is quoting like fan tweets.
He's wearing a championship ring. He's a champion from last year. They're already ready to say it. See, but that's what losing to the Knicks does to Boston. That's what losing to New York does to Boston. Thanks for the call, Mike. That's all the time we've got. Charles, stay on hold, and you'll be first up for Big Mac's show after he does his open. You guys stay tuned for Chris McMonagle. He's going to rock for 5 hours through the night. I probably can't fall asleep until 3:34 in the morning, so I'll probably listen to Big Mac's whole show. He does a great job, too. I hope that you guys are a little nicer to him. I hope that you guys call and you treat him right. Or don't. Whatever, yo. We don't care. I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow for a quick 2-hour show after Loogie does his thing. You guys be good. You guys be safe. Thanks for listening to KM to AM on the Fan. Keep it locked right here. Good night. Oh, yeah. Another one. Instant classic, bro. I try to tell these heads, man. I'm built for this, bro. I try to tell them, bro. It's nothing for me, man. I was born to do it, bro. It's easy, bro. Automatically, systematically, bro. Who they talking to? Who they think they talking to, bro? I don't want no smoke with me. They don't really like that. They just big online. They big on the phone, bro. I'm big online, on the phone, and in real life, bro. God got me, bro. I'm blessed. Y'all see the praying hands with the lightning emojis, man? Appreciate y'all in the chat, though, for real. Thank you. Who's the king of New York? Me, by way of New Jersey. That's it. Good night.